What's up, Danger Bro, and thank you as well. What's up, Nota Blurred? I don't know how to say that. Notable Red? Is it Notable Red? I think. Could be wrong. Notable Red. It's definitely possible. I don't know how likely, but it is technically possible with, if enough influencers say something about this. Like, bigger influencers. Those words together look really weird, I'm not gonna lie. Just seeing them together, trying to say it, it's kind of trippy, to be honest. It's really gonna depend on who says what about what. If the smaller part of the community can say something and reach out to the bigger part of the community or the bigger influencers, then it can definitely happen. Just people have to give this enough time, or people have to give this enough attention for it to happen. Especially if they make it a meme, then they could actually, the smaller part of the community can make it a meme or any form of like talk in the community, I guess you could say. Memes are usually the good medium though that people usually write on, so I mean, doesn't like there's that. It's the only reason I mentioned it, though. What's up, Randall? Nothing much, just mining. Really. Now I'm going a little bit faster than I thought I would be in terms of progress, but would have to say that much. Definitely still don't think I'm gonna finish before I move in August, but we'll have to see about that one. Maybe I can like delay the final section or something like that, or at least like put like slow down the progress. Either slow down the progress on this section or slow the progress down on the final section. I'll have to figure that one out. Maybe I'll just slow down the progress in the other section, since I'm almost done with this one. Oh Jesus. Yeah, back workouts can definitely be pretty brutal. Sub J. At least you get to actually watch on like times you work. There's so many people that are so busy that they don't even really go on the streams that much. It's like a actually they probably don't usually at all. Actually, most of the time, most people who work, they usually just pop in real fast and then leave. So it's not like they at least they at least try to watch the streams, or at least pop into the streams occasionally. Yeah, there's another person who does that as well. that watch the stream while at work. Debates are pretty fun. Nice little exchange of information. Now, when you start getting into heated debates, that's when it starts getting kind of pointless. But actual exchange of information, that's when it gets a little bit more fun, to be honest. I'm trying to get better at it as well, to be honest. I'm much calmer than I used to be when it comes to debating, but I'm still not that good at it, to be honest. Even though you could argue that debating itself doesn't... I guess it depends on the type of debating that you actually have, if the value of it. Because debating can be a good thing, but people have to be... The problem is when it comes to debating, most people usually aren't submissive when it comes to information. They're usually just all about proving their point, or just about having their own point stated instead of figuring out the other person's point of view. Communications. Well, I mean heated as in like, basically just like, raw debating. Raw debating is kind of annoying because anybody could just talk as long as they can, and it kind of gets kind of frustrating. Because like you're supposed to exchange information. It's so, honestly, I think debating itself doesn't really do much. I think discussions are a better way of stating it, to be honest. Discussions are far better. I guess it depends on your definition, though, on heated debates. I can kind of understand that, though. Now, the hard part is trying to figure out if debating's even worth it or not, though. It's the real question. Because there's so many instances. I'd say like 80% of the time, debating somebody on a topic is like, it just doesn't work. Because it's like, I mean, it's not like, how will you 100% tell if they care enough about... It's kind of a weird hypocrisy, because it's like, people put in the time to learn the information, which means they care to some degree, but they say at the same time they don't care, which is really, can be really annoying. It's like an apathy, but it's like more of an excuse type of apathy, when you really think about it. I mean, there's a reason why the people who care the most about that subject, or their values, usually are the best when it comes to information and debates. Usually. It's because they actually put in, since they actually can fully admit that they care, they can go out of their way to do the research and or have challenge on the subject. They're open to it, but the problem is if you don't care and you're still into the subject, then good luck. Good luck convincing them. It's basically impossible. Bring up question. No, that makes sense. The problem is, like, there can get to the point of being really annoying about it, though, to be fair. It can get annoying to people because of them not caring. I mean, it's all about that value system, right? Like, if they don't care, good luck. Good luck changing it. Unless you could make them care to some degree, that's the only way you're changing it. If you can figure out a way to make them care about the subject in some degree, like basically stating their point is immoral or unethical in some capacity, then good luck. It's basically impossible. You may even think that you're changing their mind, but they actually may just be brushing it off mentally. It's really hard to actually truly change somebody's mind. As much as it looks like you are, or even to the outsider, person who isn't changing somebody's mind, people could just mentally brush it off. It's actually pretty easy to do, because I've done it before. I don't do it anymore. At least I try not to do it anymore. Not saying I haven't done it. It depends on how complex the information is and if I actually care. Like, even I'm an example of somebody who, if it doesn't matter to me that much, then there's no point in me learning it. To a point, at least. Not always, but it really has to depend. If it's something, it has to be something outlandish, basically, for me not to care about it. There's actually a lot of things I do care about that they don't even benefit me, but they might be useful in the future. Oh, you actually got the book? That's pretty nice. Yeah, it's a pretty cool book. I definitely recommend it for sure. What's up, Redstone Dust, and thank you as well. Yeah, like, I mean, that's why the debates don't actually matter that much. It's because it's like, because you can't change somebody's mind in that way, then it really doesn't matter. Because it's like, if you can't change their mind, it's actually pointless. If you're actually seriously trying to change somebody's mind, unfortunately people are very prideful about that. I'm definitely guilty of that, not gonna lie. I can't deny that. But you really can't change it. That's why criticism is invaluable. I mean, sorry, yeah, why it's invaluable, or it's just worthless, I guess, a better way of saying it, is because you're trying to just tell what you think and criticize that person, belittle them. If they don't care, then it's worthless. And 9 times out of 10, they probably don't care, because they have their own beliefs, which is kind of my point I was making earlier. What's up, Taco? Yeah, it's a pretty crazy project. It takes a lot of preparation, to be honest. Especially for, yeah, especially for the legacy version. The legacy version has its quirks, though. Like the fact that you can make a pretty much get infinite emeralds from villagers with the zombie villagers. Or you can use a skeleton farm to get bones to put inside of a zero-tick sugarcane farm to get unlimited sugarcane. It's kind of broken. Actually, it's really broken if you know how to use it right. Unfortunately, on this version, though, I don't know how it is, and actually, never mind, they don't even have that version. Um, at least in the PS4 version versus, say, Bedrock, the problem with the villagers in this update is the trades randomly reset. because each of the lecterns aren't exactly assigned to each of the villagers and the trades get messed up. It's really annoying. So you can't have you can't have more than 2 lecterns to 2 villagers. I don't know why, it just doesn't happen. I don't know what's happening, to be honest. I could have too many lecterns to the villager count, like the ratio between them. What's up, demon? Been doing alright. Just doing some mining. I'm making some decent progress. Yeah, it's a solo world. It's kind of a pain to get new people on this world, because I have to be on the world to even have somebody on, unfortunately, because it's a solo or it's a single player server, technically, with multiplayer, but yeah, it's kind of a pain. Artsia J. I mean, even Sword King, the person who originally did this project, they had friends helping on the project. It's still a pain to get them on. Especially with people having work and stuff like that. Getting all of his friends to, or even getting some of his friends to even join. It's kind of a pain. And I imagine it is, honestly. I'd imagine. It's been a while since I've actually had somebody on this world, like years. Last time I had it was my friend back in 3 million. Even then, it still didn't even do that much. He mainly did the preparation before the project even started. He occasionally helped with the project, but it was pretty rare. Like it was actually really rare. Um, I wouldn't even say work ethic. I'd say just motivation. You could say work ethic as well, though, because I've been actually developing quite the work ethic recently. I'd say more motivation, though, than work ethic. It's kind of a both thing, though. Kind of a mixture. It's kind of hard to find somebody with both. Most people are usually either really motivated or they're really hardworking, which you need both, technically. At least even the smallest bit, even if you're told what to do, you need some kind of motivation to get into that thing in the first place, so motivation starts and then hard work finishes or whatever. Well, not always, but it usually starts like that though, or usually is like that. Yeah, ethic, well, I mean, they're quite a bit different. Motivation and work ethic are quite a bit different. You can have all the motivation to do something, like people having, like for example, people planning out, like, I don't know, I can't really think of a good example of it, but, like, somebody could be motivated to play a new game, but they may not actually play the game. Like, they may not actually put in the work itself to actually play the game. or something like that. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's like you kind of need that motivation, but you gotta back it up. It's like motivation is backed by work ethic. The problem is that like it's hard to find somebody with both, because either people work really hard in something, or they have all the motivation but no work ethic. I've been slowly developing my work ethic because I've actually been on the extreme of motivation. I mean, shouldn't be that much of a surprise with this project, but what's up, bees? Or yeah, I'll just go with bee. Actually, man, I don't know. Um, I don't know about TNT. TNT duping or world eaters? Yes, for sure. Not just straight up TNT though. Just TNT on its own is pretty slow though, so I don't think so. I don't think with actual TNT. It is the desire. That's what motivation really is. It is the desire, need, the want. It's the need. So pretty much work ethic is need and desire is want. Or motivation is want and work ethic is need. Because it's like, oh yeah, I want to do this, so I need to do this. Pretty much. It's really hard to do both though, because usually you're like, oh yes, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this over and over again, but some people are like, oh yeah, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, like over and over. Like, it's really hard to do both. It's hard to manage your needs and wants simultaneously. It's really difficult. For somebody who's all about their wants, it's really hard to figure out my own needs. I don't mean in terms of like, or it's hard to accept my needs, I guess a better way of saying it, because I know what I want. It's just hard for me to accept my needs of what to do, like my actions, I guess you could say. Because, you know, work ethic is all about action. It has nothing to do with the hustle, I guess you can call it. Unfortunately, people take that too far, but, you know, um, yeah, work ethic is literally just about effort. I guess is a better way of saying it. Effort and motivation is desire. Because you could have all the motivation, but if you're not getting anything done, then, like, take Sword King, for example. He actually has a good amount of motivation for the project. He just is, you know, has a bad mindset when it comes to the work ethic to get things done, for example. Or he's just lying about it. I don't know which one, though. Or he's, like, covering up his motivation. Like, he's making himself look more motivated than he actually is, which I can totally understand that. But it's usually, I wouldn't say his work ethic is bad. He actually does work pretty hard, but I mean, which is one of the reasons why I think it's a lack of motivation more than anything. He just keeps hiding it for some reason. Well, needs are just a result of really what you're trying to do. Like, if you're living, then you need to do this. Like, it actually is. Like, if you had no desire for anything, you would actually just self-destruct. But that desire, um, is there, it's basically keeping you alive in a way, but the only thing that, but you can't really have that desire without that need, like figuring out your own needs, you know what I mean? I mean, it is, technically. I mean, that's just quality of life. You don't technically need a quality of life, that's just desire. But if you want a quality of life, then you need that certain thing. So technically, you don't technically need it, but if you want it, then you can go get it. Like that, it's that type of thing where it's like, desire always comes first, and then needs are like a result of that desire. There's always the want first, and then there's the needs, pretty much. It can feel ethic, not always though. You can have an insane work ethic, but it doesn't always have to be desired. This is kind of a different situation, but you don't always have to have motivation for a work ethic. You can work really hard, but not actually have any motivation for anything, technically speaking. This is why people put up walls, basically. They just suffer through things. This is where suffering really is, though, to be fair. Suffering is the point where you're not making any decision about your desire or your choices. You're just putting up with it. You're putting up with it. That's what it is. So technically, desire isn't 100% necessary, but it is at the same time. It gives you that freedom. It's that choice that you're wasting. If you're not using your desire at all at any point, then you're just wasting your own opportunity or choice, because that's what choice is opportunities. It's your own path, I guess you could say. So, and this is why it's concrete. Your needs are concrete while your desires are abstract. Hence why, you know, I don't want to go into psychology, but it's, yeah, never mind. I'm not going into that because wouldn't entirely understand, um, but yeah, needs are concrete, wants are abstract. You technically don't need wants, but you kind of do at the same time. They're at least important to some degree. They may not be necessary, but they're important. Because let's be honest here, important things aren't necessary, but you know, they are still important. There's a reason why they're important. Because you know, they won't really make you as a person you. They'll just make you a slave. Like basically, if you have all the work ethic with no desire, you're basically just a slave. Pretty much. You're a slave to the physical environment in a way. You're a slave to everything physical environment wise. You're a slave to your own body in a way because you're only caring about your needs and nothing in your mind. It's all physical, no mental. Nothing mental. Well, the reason why nobody understands is because it's psychology, and let's be honest here, not people. It's a very abstract subject. I know that probably was a joke, but just being honest here when it comes to people understanding psychology. And people, let's be honest here, most people don't care to understand psychology because it's so abstract that people just think that somehow our minds are just this this piece of fat and muscle that has no structure behind it for some reason, or no psychological preferences for some reason. People just think that like people have the same mind in a way, which is really annoying. Even though people usually don't pay attention to, you know, the psychological archetypes, but mental needs. I mean, the it's actually kind of hard to say because physical needs are very close to mental needs, as weird as that sounds. They're very connected to each other, mental needs and physical needs, because like for example, like if you want to get better at practicing something, like if for example, if you want to get good at something, you have to, you know, put in that labor. You have to put in the physical labor to actually do that skill, perform it well, and practice. But you also have to concentrate and focus as well. You have to make the choice. So for example, like me doing this project. This project, I have to not only mine, like, I have to pick up the controller and, I mean, I don't have to technically stream. I have to pick up the controller and mine blocks. That's the physical need for this project. You have to just pick up the controller and start pressing the, what is it, the R2 button and move around a bit. That's literally the needs of this project. You can't do this project without it. But, like, for example, the mental need is I have to make the choice to do the project over and over again. No distraction. I basically have to not distract myself. I have to hold on to it. The mental and physical needs kind of just reflect each other in a way. They're the same thing. They're like the same piece of the same pie in a way. They're just one is in the head and one is in the body. If you know what I mean. Like wants are the choice you make, so like the physical choice, and needs are the effort you're putting into it. Like so the physical needs are like the effort you're putting into something. What's up, Adrian? It is mental and physical. That's why I mentioned earlier about it being they're both being uh two halves of the same pie, basically. Because you have that physical need, which is like me picking up the controller, and me concentrating on the task. That's the mental and physical part. Now, in this case, this is more motivation oriented, like more willpower oriented, because nobody's forcing me to do it. This is more like I have to make the active choice, because, you know, choice in itself, which is willpower, is active. It's something that you have to continuously you have to continuously go out of your way to make the choice. That's an I, or not an I. It's just, well, I mean, it's technically an I, but it's willpower. Which is why this project is so ridiculous, because it takes so much willpower, which is things a lot of people don't actually have, because people are actually usually afraid of making choices. But each choice you make is risky in a way, because it affects the physical environment to some degree. But yeah, it's kind of a weird chain of events. What's up, Uprenix? What are you streaming? I mean, I can multitask. Distracting myself is... I meant like literally actually just straight up distracting myself, like physically. Because remember, this isn't a very mentally heavy task. If this was challenging by any stretch of the mile, then yeah, this would be very like if this project was actually physically challenging, not physically challenging, if this project was just challenging in any shape or form, then it would be I would have to put in more mental effort. A lot of skills that we learn, actually. What's up, Ginchik? A lot of skills that we learn takes a lot of concentration. Because you have to put them uh, into your hard drive in your mind. Which is why it's so hard for people to learn skills. Because you not only have to make the choice to learn the skill in the first place, like you have to have the desire to learn the skill, you also have to put in the effort simultaneously. That's why self-teaching yourself is so difficult for like probably I'd say 80%, at least 80% of people. Because people don't have the motivation to self-teach themselves. They'd rather just have somebody else do it. Which I don't blame somebody for it, honestly. Okay, remember how I said earlier, when I mean challenging, I should have defined this earlier. I meant difficulty. Like, I'm talking, I mean, I guess it depends on your definition, but difficulty as in, like, it doesn't have a, what is it called? I wouldn't say skill cap. It's just because it's so monotonous. It's so mundane. There isn't much. There's no complexity to it. So there's no learning curve. There it is. That's the word I was looking, or that phrase I was looking for. There's no learning curve to this project. It's primarily mental. It is still primarily mental, more than physical, but there's still some physical aspects to it. It's not much though, because it's always about balancing the mental and physical, depending on what the subject is. Obviously, it's always going to be depending on the context. It's always dependent on it, but yes, technically, if you go purely off of mental, yeah, this is really difficult. From a desire standpoint, 'cause you have to constantly make the choice every single day to do this project. Nobody's forcing me to do it. So, in certain aspects, yeah, this is extremely challenging for a majority of people, but it's pretty natural for me because of psychology, but not going into that. Um, it's pretty natural for me. I'm actually utilizing my strengths. The problem is it's hard for me to actually put in effort in something. Like, no, this is, well, it's saying it's difficult doesn't mean I can't do it. I've very recently have been actually putting in effort and stuff, like actually physically, learning, like muscle memory wise, like actually developing my physical aptitude, I guess you could say, instead of just pure mental aptitude. What's up, 12? Yeah, it taking so long is the reason why. So I think people could withstand this project, like the endurance of the project. The problem is you need that touch of willpower. It's like a little drop of honey that that you need. That little drop of honey makes all the difference, to be honest with you. Kind of a quote from a book that I may have recently read, but it's similar to it in a way. It's that little drop that makes all that difference of willpower. The problem is people don't have the guts. Because remember, this project is risky. Every choice you make has some form of risk, no matter how safe it is. There's always some kind of risk. Because remember, you're always sacrificing opportunities if you're making a decision. Because you can't make every opportunity or every choice ever. When you make a choice, you're sacrificing another choice. So, since this project, don't forget about this. There's no incentive to this project. It's literally almost pure start of motivation, which is the original motivation that I had, and there's nothing to it. There's no incentive to constantly have motivation to. You have to have your own purest form of motivation. It's really odd, but that's what makes this project so difficult. This project's, I think everybody could technically do this project. They'd have to either be completely forced to do it for some reason, and even then they'd probably just get mad and just leave anyway. Or, people would have to have another motivation to do this project. Like, people could do it. People have put in hours, more hours in this project. It's just, you have to put it all into one thing, doing one thing for hours and hours on end, looking at the same thing, without even a guaranteed return on the project besides the project itself, which is what people want, is that return. Because, like, people have played way more hours in this project. People probably can do this project dozens, maybe not dozens, at least like 3 or 4 times over, but well, I can't really do much because of my controller. Remember, I'm limited on my PS4 controller. Like, I can't do much. You'd be surprised how hard it is to control insta-mining with a joystick. Especially PS4 joystick. If these joysticks were a bit looser, um, then it would be fine. But this is kind of the way I have to mine, by the way. So it's not like I have much of a choice. I mean, I can mine 2 layers, but I don't think 2 layers is actually much faster because I'm still mining the same way, so it really isn't that much of a difference. Because I'm moving, so I'm mining twice the blocks in front of me, but I'm moving at half the speed, so it's kind of the same speed, if you think about it. Also, I have a lot more flexibility with mining this way as well. And also, if you think you could mine faster than this for how many hours on end, you're actually kind of crazy if you think about it. It's kind of hard to mine much faster than this, um, for long periods of time. I read some book. I've been recently getting into Audible. I've been mainly learning about information technology though, which I don't really need books for. I'll probably be getting into more books later on though, more philosophy, because that's like the only type of book I can think of that's I can actually read a book on. I don't really need just look up stuff like information technology, for example. That I don't need a book on, technically. I could use one as like a resource, but I don't really need it, honestly. Or even a course in general. But in terms of say something like philosophy or religion, I just don't think a book is really, or I don't think just looking up information is going to be a good idea. Because like I need information to ask questions on, so it's like I can't just think of random questions for religion. So I mean, I probably could. It's more efficient to do books that already have built-in principles. Just see their principles and adopt their principles based on the religion or whatever it is. Honestly, like take a bunch of religions, take a bunch of principles from each of the religions, and then just add them to my own. Oh yeah, Jordan Peterson. I actually haven't read it yet. I only know one rule from that book, and that's do what's meaningful and not what is expedient, which I think that's the first rule, but that's it. That's all I remember. Or that's all I know, at least, from that book. But I haven't actually read the book yet. I'll probably read it at some point, though. That's definitely on my bucket list of books. There's a few bucket lists of books, like Detached, or no, Attached, which is like attachment styles. Some psychology. It's like a mixture of psychology and philosophy books. And maybe health, like health and wealth, just health and yeah, just health, wealth, and relationships. Those are the three domains I'm covering in terms of books. Now, I do want to learn like the more scientific background, which is more of the technical background, I guess you could say, of whatever I'm reading. So, or relearn it, to be honest with you, because I already kind of learned it in school, but I'd rather relearn it. The heck? You technically can by donating. That's the only thing I can think about is donating the money for the book. That's it though. I don't know how you could gift a book. I think Amazon you can actually do that, but I don't really know. I've never gifted any like objects online. You could technically just donate the money and I could just get the book. Because I'm gonna get the book anyways, so it might be just easier to. That's the best way to do it. Or the easiest way. Hmm. History fiction. I don't know if I'm going to go. I don't think I'm gonna go into fiction because I don't think there's much of a guarantee for. I mean, yeah, there might be some interesting books, but in terms of like providing value, I'm not too sure about that. No, I'm not saying all fiction, but there's not really that much of a guarantee for value from fiction, unfortunately. Streamlabs is probably the best. I have super chats, but they take more money, so. Patreon actually, surprisingly, Patreon actually gives me quite a bit, surprisingly. YouTube's the only one, like, super chats. Super chats are the ones that take the most, for sure. Patreon actually doesn't take that much, surprisingly. It really doesn't at all, actually. They take practically none of it, but if you want a pretty easy way of doing it, you could do Streamlabs. If you want to do that. The only reason I brought back super chats, I also have channel memberships now, is because of just so it convenience really for people to donate. So if they just want to donate something, they don't really care that much about the amount that YouTube takes. I just added it back in just cause. And memberships just because, you know, people love the emotes. And I tried to find a few emotes that could be relevant, so. And I just made it super cheap, so if somebody just wanted to become a member. I mean, if you want to do Patreon, and become like a legacy member for the mount for the book or whatever, you could do that. Something like that. Maybe even a diamond member. I don't even know how much the book is, to be honest. What's up, Yar? I'll say I can't wait to start doing that mind map whenever I finish this. It's gonna get crazy. Curious at what it's gonna result in. Or what I'm even gonna get out of it. I mean, obviously I'm gonna get knowledge out of it. That's like a guarantee on that one. But I'm curious at what I could do with it. It's basically a mind map of every single subject on the planet, or at least generalized bodies of data. Basically, what the entire mind map is. That is separated by what is here, so like the reality of like the world, I guess you could say. I know people don't like hearing the term reality because they think like they question reality itself, even though I'm not even talking about that, but no philosophy here, at least in this context. It's just generalized bodies of data representing like what is here, what could be here, and what has been here. So basically it's like the future, past, and present, but it's separated from the abstract to the concrete. Concrete is basically everything that constantly changes in the earth or the world. Maybe not the earth, but just the world in general. And then there's what has happened, which is like history, for example, even philosophies and stuff like that, which that's more of like future stuff. So the reason I have the concrete, which is what is, and then there's the abstract, which is a combination of what has and what is, or what if. So it's future, future and past, and then it's present. So, and the reason why future and past are connected is because what has happened before will happen again. It's basically the history will repeat itself. That's pretty much the reason why that principle of past will become the future is the reason why they're connected, because you can't really have one or the other. I mean, you can't have one without the other. I don't know I don't know how you would collaborate because it's a very personal project. Just because it's on my own mind. That's kind of the issue with it. Because it's my own personal mind map. It's kind of hard to collaborate when it's my own learning tool. Like my own form of learning. Or my own knowledge. I could post my mind map when I get pretty close to it in the Discord. Like I almost have all of information technology done. At least the core components and the sub domains of each of the components. For example, it is kind of an insane project though. I think you would actually enjoy it. It's basically the collective unconscious of like data for humanity. That's basically the best way to explain it. At least the abstract part, but the what's it called? The concrete is like the result of that, the abstract, I guess you could say. It's pretty hard to collaborate on something like that though. I mean, if you're interested, I can give you like I can give you like a copy of my mind map if you want to see it. See what I'm doing. God dang it. Oh god, when did I last save? I think it was pretty far back, unfortunately. Yep, this is, remember that, putting in a little bit more effort. Alright, give me a sec. Also, if I give you a copy, just take it with a grain of salt, because, those categories aren't 100% done. I'm mainly just focusing on information technology. Really. Um, okay, I didn't save here. God dang it. Well, that's unfortunate. When did I last save? My god. I think I'll just make a new pickaxe. I don't think it's going to be that hard to make a new pickaxe. Nope, I didn't save. Wow, oh my god, dude. I mean, it's been 30 minutes. No, I think it's probably been more. No, I'll just make a new pickaxe. Yep, I did it again, though. I don't think it'll take that long to make a new pickaxe, but... They're kind of a pain to make on this world, ironically, even though I've made quite a few of them. Only because of the villagers. If the villagers weren't broken, this would be super easy. Like, really easy to make a pickaxe. Because I had an amazing setup when I first had these villagers. Like, an absolutely amazing setup. It's just, the villagers kept just breaking, fortunately. Like, I could have made a whole new pickaxe in like 40 emeralds or something like that. It was kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I'll give you a copy of it. If you're wondering, I would recommend getting the software called Xmind. Get that software, and because I'm gonna send you the direct copy of it, like the actual Xmind the files, the what's it called, just a direct file from Xmind. So I recommend getting that software before I send it to you. Alright, we'll see if I can get a pickaxe. I just need Silk Touch. Okay, I do have Silk Touch, good. I think this will actually be pretty easy. That works. Change my mind, this will actually be pretty easy. And I have the no I don't. Get more. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Oh. And I know I can't break that lectern, unfortunately, to get a new, 8. God damn. God dang it, man. Thank you, Brando, for the, $15 from Patreon. It's much appreciated. We'll probably buy that book actually pretty soon. Considering I just finished that other book, I kind of want another book to listen to, so. That'll be fine. 15. I mean, if it's. I mean, it doesn't have to be the exact money. Discord, it's. You could just type it. It's Mythical 6396. You serious? Oh wait, I have Flint. I think. Unless I moved it out of the way. Or I used it all. I don't know which one, honestly. I actually don't know what the laws are for ATVs. All I know is for like vehicles in general, you just need a license plate and some kind of like blinker. Like one blinker and a license plate, or something like that. You'd have to look it up though. I know it has to do with that though. To register the vehicle. I think that's it though. Yeah, Mythical 6396. It's a very easy number to remember because they're all parts of 3. think I got an extra efficiency 5 books when I did. Efficiency 5 is an actual pain to get with these villagers like how they are. The villagers are so bad that I'm actually considering just making a mob farm for the end when I get there, because I can't use the end when I'm mining it, so I have to have another XP source. So the villagers are so bad that instead of making new pickaxes, I'm literally just planning on making an XP farm. It'd also make it more interesting as well. I'm actually curious at how fast an XP farm actually is on this world. I know it's really, like, I know how many mobs spawn in this world. It's actually absurd. By the way, it's ridiculous, the amount of mobs. I can go up levels at level, like, 70 something. And that's crazy for a legacy version. The legacy version to go up levels at at level 70. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's, okay, that's good to know. Probably accept it in a little bit. Actually, I'll probably see it on Discord whenever I join later or whatever we're doing. I can, yeah, I could do that. I could do it for loot drops. I could technically have an infinite supply of loot drops. I don't know why they thought resetting the end or nether infinitely was a good idea, but not like this game isn't already busted enough. You could technically get infinite emeralds in this version too, with the villagers. It's so busted. Duplication means nothing for a project like this when you could have methods of basically unlimited emeralds. I could duplicate, it would make no difference. The only difference is that it would make it slightly faster than other methods of getting pickaxes. Seriously, duplication means nothing. The only thing I ever duplicated in this world was 30 sponges, and I got rid of those later on. I never duplicated a single pickaxe, at least intentionally. There was technically a pickaxe I duplicated a long time, or a whole shulker box in accident me and my friend somehow duplicated. But that didn't matter because I broke all of them later anyway, so it didn't matter. As you could tell, I only have 6 pickaxes. I used up 18 because of that duplication, and then I kept breaking them over and over again. So yeah, that's fun. Even then, it doesn't matter because you still have to put in the effort anyway to mine all these blocks. Technically, this is even faster than creative mode. If anybody wants to make the argument about creative mode, it's technically slower. I mean, it's technically faster because of you actually have insta-mine on survival, unlike creative. Not only that, but creative is even slower at mining than any other version. So I think, besides maybe Bedrock, I have no idea though. I know for sure it's slower than Java, but it's slower than survival though in this version versus creative. Honestly, I can't wait to get to the nether just for the nether music, honestly. At least for the first couple weeks until it starts fading into my memory. I just pick a bunch of like random, I won't say random, but very general philosophies or principles, I guess you could say. Because I don't think sticking to one philosophy or religion is a good idea. I just don't think it will end well. As much as people love sticking to one philosophy or religion, I just don't think it's a good idea personally. Because you're kind of just pigeonholing yourself. It's almost like a form of idolatry. The only time you should stick to one type of philosophy or whatever is if if every other philosophy is actually that bad. Like there's no if it's really just not that good, if you looked into every other philosophy or system or whatever, like the psychological systems that I learned, I only stick to one psychological system because theirs is the most accurate, and they also already do that anyway. They already do the research of looking into different systems, like psychological systems, and finding the best pieces, or taking bad pieces and revamping them into new pieces of the system, and it works out pretty well. So I'm not too worried about that, at least until a more accurate psychological system comes out, which I really doubt it, but it might be possible. But for philosophy, it's a little different because philosophy is a little bit more. I mean, it still has to sort of reflect reality, so it can't be so abstract to the point where it's not even really truly that verifiable. From a experience point of view, like you can't test it. If you have principles that can't really be tested, there's not really any point in believing it, to be honest with you. Because there's no way you could really prove that philosophy being a good philosophy. Because there's no way, I mean, there's nothing it really does. It has no weight to it. It won't help you in any shape or form, because that's what these philosophies do. They're supposed to give you wisdom for the world. Help you shape your belief system. But if they don't reflect the world in some degree, then they're kind of worthless, to be honest. Even if they're very abstract, the abstract can shape the world to some degree. They just can't be so abstract to the point where they have no connection to the world itself. There's no connection, if there isn't any. Then there's no point in believing it. There's no basis, I guess you could say, behind it. It's like a house on sand versus a house on concrete. It's just gonna fall over the sand. It's either just gonna sink or it's like it's gonna tip over or whatever. Or not tip over, but like one of the walls is just gonna erode into the sand or whatever. Well, concrete, I mean, yes, it may take a long time for it to erode eventually. It's at least a lot more sturdy. Well, I'm not. Okay, what I'm saying about the religion, I'm saying don't stick to one religion only. I'm saying take pieces of religions. Religion itself is good, but the problem is that if you only stick to one religion, you're literally pigeonholing yourself um, to that religion. It's like a form of idolatry. And yes, the abstract is important. It definitely is. It helps you speculate. It helps you wonder about other things outside of the world. The problem is if there actually isn't anything to connect it to reality itself to some degree. Like, it could be literally anything. It could be outlandish as all ever. But if it doesn't connect, then it just doesn't really... It just doesn't hold much weight. Like, I mean, yeah, you could be as abstract as you want, but if it's so disconnected from reality... Like, I'm not saying imagination is a bad thing either. Like, if you're doing it purely from, like, a fun standpoint, like, for example, if you're painting something, like, if you're creating something, Like, there's a difference between, like, believing something about a specific subject versus creating. Like, you can create whatever you want, for example. Like, you can create theories, all that type of stuff in a scenario. It doesn't matter in that case. But if you're actually putting your own identity to it, like if you're putting your own belief system into it, it better connect reality to even the smallest degree, um, to have any form of weight. Because how is anybody gonna believe it? To some degree. I mean, yes, some people will never believe the abstract no matter what they do, so I mean, there's that, but I mean, obviously that's usually people that are usually pretty shallow when it comes to information, but besides that, it's just. But yeah, but that's still you pigeonholing yourself into. If you're, if you really are just gonna go full send into one religion, then you're literally just pigeonholing yourself. Like, as much as other religions say to not do it, it doesn't benefit you. That belief right there, that's part of the religion you could throw away, to be honest with you, because you're pigeonholing yourself. It's like the religion itself is pigeonholing you. Like, I mean, you have the choice to not, like, if you say, if you talk about having a belief about something, like having a, like how religion says to not believe in other religions, that's literally just, that's kind of on you to believe or not believe it. So if you want to believe everything like everything a religion has, like a, then go ahead and do it, but understand that it just may not be that your beliefs may not hold much weight, to be honest. It just, they really may not, to be honest. Because not everything in one religion will be that accurate. I mean, if you want to put all your faith and all of it into one religion, you can go ahead. But it is crazy how fast time flies, isn't it? Sub Rafi. Yeah, probably should drink a little bit more. Well, I need to get some more water in a minute, actually. Dang, these streams are kind of popping off, actually. At least compared to what they usually do. What's up, Chibi? I'm guessing it's because I actually have a consistent stream schedule, or consistent streaming, which also at the end of the it's getting close to the end of the project too, so it makes it a little bit easier for people to invest their time into. People aren't just waiting an entire year just to do this project, or go back to this project. I'm gonna check something real fast. I wanna see how well. Yeah, it's not like all knowledge for the mind map, but it's like the most general of everything, I guess you could say. You can expand as much as you want, but I think I'm pretty close to getting all the knowledge. At least all the groups of like the topics, subtopics of the world, I guess you could say. There's probably some I'm missing. Like, you could also give feedback on it. I would definitely wouldn't mind that, to be honest. Because it's semantics. It's literally semantics, the mind map. Like, it's literally the entire mind map is basically just semantics. I just thought about it randomly. Um, when I was looking through, like, figuring out how to study information technology at some point. And I was thinking, like, how big of a mind map can I actually make? I hope I can actually even make the mind map. It may be too big of a mind map. I may be making my software cry. The X-Mind software cry. Yeah, so if you want to start, do subjects, which is like the main the main topic, which is literally just subjects. And then do subtopics, I guess you could say, or subjects, because you can call them, or divisions of the subjects. Figure out ways to make that, and then we'll see if we can have any ideas. We can share any ideas with the mind maps and see who has what, who has better of what. Like, if there's any like definitions that could be glossed over, or because I'm using certain principles that I've learned over the past like year or 2 years or whatever that have helped me tremendously, um, quite a bit actually, when it comes to understanding how subjects flow. But, oh yeah, I should probably just, I should probably just go headfirst into a job, which I'm kind of, not job, into a people type job. I should really just go headfirst into one of them, no matter what the job is. To be honest with you, I really should, which I'm kind of doing that already with the tech support job, but so I mean that's fine. But, oh yeah, the balancing plates. I have to raise balance plates basically all day with as a dishwasher. Yeah, I really should go ahead first into people-based jobs though. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually pretty close to getting a cashier job, but I was so stubborn about it at the time. To be honest with you, I was way too stubborn at the time. Like, really stubborn. Which made my little performance anxiety worse as well. That stubbornness. I was basically just resisting too much at the time. And what made it worse, to be fair, it was also really awkward as well, because they were teaching me while there was a customer up, and yeah, it was really awkward, which didn't help either. But I mean, I should have just sucked it up at that point. I should have just noticed it didn't matter, to be honest. But it's fine, to be honest. I think a tech support job would be better for me anyway, because it's more problem solving more than just pure small talk. I mean, there's a little bit of small talk, but it is more problem solving, so. Which I like better, actually. I love problem solving versus just pure small talk. Actually, most of the time I talk just to solve problems, usually. I either talk to solve problems, or I'm kinda like, I'm either really interested in something that somebody's saying, or I'm just trying to solve a problem. That's usually the two ways I talk. I generally don't just small talk. I mean, eventually I'm gonna try to get more accustomed to pure small talk, which is one of the, uses some of the principles from that book, that I've been mentioning, which is the, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It helps with small talk a lot, honestly, some of those principles I've noticed. Not gonna lie, the balancing those plates will be very nerve-wracking as a waiter. Looks really nerve-wracking to hold that. I've been just trying to get better at communication in general with people. Like what to communicate when kind of thing. Where it's like when to communicate like getting somebody's attention, for example, or just small talking. Like it's basically those two things that I'm trying to get better at. Like managing people's attention, really. That's what I'm trying to get at. Managing people's attention and their uh just in general, it's just their attention really, mainly. And relationships, there it is. Managing relationships and attention of other people. That's basically what I've been trying to do recently, and it is not that easy, especially the attention part. Actually, that one's not that hard. It's really the relationships part, as odd as that sounds. It's just really difficult for some reason. I don't know why. There's something about it. I think it's just because of my like nurture being alone a lot. It's pretty hard for me because the thing is usually people try to manage relationship with me. I usually just don't reciprocate by managing my relationship to them. It's really annoying, or it's really difficult for me to do. Like, go out of my way to do it. I'm basically doing it just to do it, because I know it will be useful in the future, and it's just good to do. Especially if I got into a relationship, trying to get into a relationship, for example, having to initiate, but um, that's the interest part. That's actually how you develop that small talk. It's in the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and that is literally just get interest in other people. You just have to be interested. You just have to force yourself to be interested in the other person. It's not easy. It's actually really, really, really difficult, to be honest, but it's manageable, to be honest. It's hard to do it on the fly, because you're literally all about your own interests. But, you just have to find interest in almost anything. Actually, I think, honestly, I think the key to a lot of just situations in general is just being interested in everything. And I don't mean, like, keeping up with people either. I'm just saying, like, when you're in the room with somebody, and you're in a relationship, it doesn't matter, like, any, like, romantic, friendship, whatever. Some kind of relationship, even acquaintance. Well, actually, maybe not acquaintance. Mainly just, like, friendship and relationship type, or family. Friendship, relationship, family. Those three things. If you're around the people themselves, it's really hard to, especially when you're the person who's usually kept up with, I guess you could say. People usually manage their relationship with you, but you have to manage a relationship with them, which is really annoying. I'm not saying you have to juggle people when it comes to like keeping them. It's more like if you are around them in some capacity, if you know what I mean. Like if they do talk to you or you are around them at all, then keeping that relationship, or not keeping, but like keeping up with that relationship with that person is a pretty nice thing to do, to be honest. But you have to have an interest in the relationship. You can't just like have the relationship fall in your lap in a way. You have to go out of your way to actually have an interest in the relationship. Which is actually pretty difficult, especially when you're pretty numb to the relationship in general. Regardless of the relationship, by the way. I mean, you'll get numb to it. I mean, it's the same with this project. I mean, I've had this project for so long, I'm kind of just numb to it. But I keep up with it anyway. To finish it, it's the same way with people in that regard. Not saying it's easy, definitely not. At all, honestly. Some people it's way easier to keep or it's way easier for people to manage relationships. It's way easier for some people. But that's one of the weaknesses or potential weakness that somebody could have, which is really annoying. Fortunately, most people can understand, especially the people who keep the relationships. The problem is if you're in a relationship, like a romantic relationship, that's when it gets problematic, is when you don't keep up with the relationship. But it's easier, I would say it's probably easier, at least because you already have that interest. I mean, if you really think about it, how many people are really interested in their friends or family? Like, realistically speaking, if you think about it. They may be interested in the things that their friends are interested in, but in terms of having interest in the relationship itself, probably not many. But at least when you're like when you have a romantic relationship, from what I've seen at least, um, usually you have an interest in the relationship itself. You're building that connection. You have that desire to connect with that person. Unlike a friend or family relationship. Maybe the friendship at the very beginning, but it obviously dies very quickly, especially when it comes to when you have interest in the things themselves and not really the person. But if you want a little bit of something, I would say just be as informative as possible. Small talk is literally just informative. Just be as informative as possible. Make your responses pretty long. Like, don't just say one words. I'd recommend it if I were you. Don't do one words. I've gotten, actually, it's pretty nice doing actual form sentences when it comes to small talk. Also, I would say start with how are you doing? That's probably what I would say. That's probably the easiest way to manage the other person, because you actually seem like, or at least since, you know, responding, being a natural responder, it's pretty hard for me to just go out of my way to ask how are you doing. But kind of gotta do it, especially with my own type, and managing the relationship with other people. So how are you doing is probably the best thing you can say, at least right off the bat. After that, you could just go off of, like, ask, maybe not how their day is going, just like, I guess it depends on what type of relationship you have with the person, though. Another one, you could be like, what have you been up to? That's one. Easier way of saying it. Like, how are you doing? What are your interests right now? You're basically literally just directing their targeting. This is from a general small talk standpoint, though. This is from more of a friendship or any of a romantic standpoint. What's up, Beto? So the reason why I don't play on PS3 is because, I mean, I have the PS4 version, and I don't have any reason to play this version, play the PS3 version. It also runs better as well. I can't even imagine what this world would be like if it ran on the PS3. Especially near my... Oh, PC, never mind. I did... Oh, wow, I really screwed that one up. But, I don't know why I read that as PS3 for some reason. So, PC is because of this project. This project has to be done on this version because there's no other limited world on the PC versions. There used to be the old world on Bedrock, but they got rid of that. So that doesn't exist anymore. So I have to do this project on this version, which, to be fair, it originated on this version anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. That's pretty much what very close me and a very close friend actually do. Probably my closest friend, but to be fair, it is probably the closest friend because we're pretty much interested in the same things. not only interested in the same things, but we're interested in the same ideas and stuff. Like, we're almost interested almost in the same things. There's only a few things we actually differ from, but for the most part, we're pretty much interested in the same things, for the most part. And we've always been interested in the same things. That's mainly from a friendship standpoint. Here's the thing, it's like, people talk to me about finding someone who, like, from a romantic standpoint, when it comes to finding the same things, interest as another person, I don't think that's something I need. I don't think I need a romantic person, like a romantic relationship, where they have to have the same interests. I already have people that are interested in the same things. Or similar things. Like, I already have people like that. I mean, that's not really something that's a qualification for me personally. Actually, not. Actually, having somebody who's interested in the opposite things as me may actually be useful to me. Because it will help with diversifying my own interests as well. It's kind of an interesting point. I don't know. I've gotten some odd advice that just doesn't. I think people just don't really entirely understand like my qualifications for people. It's very odd, but it's hard for me to say really. Yeah, this is single player though. Single player server technically. I think it has multiplayer it can be multiplayer, but it's kind of a pain to make it multiplayer because I have to be on. It's not really like a dedicated server, so I don't know. It'd be an absolute pain to do it with another person. I've already tried it with one of my friends that originally started the project with him. Yeah, that was a pain. So he basically quit, and I vowed to do this thing solo. This streaming has helped with talking in general, just the way to talk more than what to say. I'm trying to get better at what to say more than how I'm saying it. I think how I'm saying it's actually okay for the most part, at least. Now I just need to figure out what to say. I think for the most part I have it handled though. Fortunately, I have an understanding of I have certain principles like the how to win friends and influence people mixture with the psychology helps a lot in that way when it comes to forming relationships. Yeah, I don't think people entirely understand my requirements, but I mean at the same time, I still really don't 100% understand my own requirements for relationships, so it's still hard for me to say. I think I'm just gonna have to try it and just go head first and see how it's like being with somebody who is, or potentially be with somebody who is, that doesn't have the same interests, like pretty opposite interests. I mean, I've done that quite a bit. I've talked to people that aren't in the same interests. I was pretty diversified in school, actually. I was pretty known across the entire school, generally speaking, from the different groups for the most part. Like lower class, I guess you can call it, would compared to like the top 10% or whatever. I was like partially known in every division of school, I guess you could say. Like I was known in band, even though I wasn't even in band. People still thought I was in band for so many years. I was in athletics, which those two groups on their own are completely different, and I could friend people in both of those groups for the most part. I probably could. Not really. Some people in athletics that kind of meh, but, you know. Stuff like that. Top 10%, the lower percentages. Stuff like that. Like, I've definitely been around when it comes to, like, quality and stuff like that of people. Now, I haven't been around people that are, like, super abusive or anything like that, but in terms of, like, interest, I guess you could say. Not really quality. I'd say just interest. I've been around people with different types of interests quite a bit of times. And I just don't think being in a romantic relationship with somebody with similar interests is gonna be really that something I need, really. Because it's like my interests are my interests fluctuate. That's the problem that I have. That's like the main reason with the reason why I'm mentioning this is because my interests fluctuate quite a bit, or they can fluctuate depending on whatever it is. So having the same interest as another person kind of stagnates. It would just stagnate after a while, for me personally. I think having completely different interests, or having somebody be interested in what I'm interested in, or vice versa, um, that will be a little bit, it'd make the relationship a little bit more dynamic. Um, Instead of it just being like, yes, I'm only gonna find somebody with my exact interest or similar interests. I think having somebody with complete opposite interests would give me a better perspective on more interests, I guess you could say. Help me respect more interests as well, like even more interests, and which is actually one of the reasons why I'm making that mind map, by the way, is because I want the ultimate pretty much form of curiosity and interest and respect. Like, I want to respect the people in these disciplines or hobbies or whatever, beliefs, like the ultimate form of appreciation, curiosity, and um, interest. I basically want to become like this basically fluid person that can move between interest to interest to interest. I don't want to stagnate myself. Which is one of the reasons why a lot of people I like, people probably wouldn't recommend them to me because they're so different from me. The problem is like, but that's fine though. Like, having somebody different from you is perfectly fine when it comes to like relationships, from what I've seen. Like, you don't have to have a partner that has to have, like, they don't have to click nurturally. Like, there's always that nature component. The nurture can be figured out, but the nature really, I mean, it can, but it takes much longer. Because, you know, relationships are the battle of nature versus nurture. Like, nature, you can't entirely fix. Like, if you don't have a good nature with somebody, then it's just, it probably won't work, to be honest with you. Well, it can work, it just, I mean, it will just take decades, potentially. Unless you already understand psychology, but it's a bit odd in that area. But if, like, you already have nature, nurture can eventually balance out. What's up, John? Um, Motivation is mainly just the progress of the project, really. Also, I kind of just do what needs to be done anyway, so, like, motivation, I mean, it matters way less than it used to for me personally. Not saying I don't have any motivation to do this project, but it doesn't take much motivation. I'm basically numb to it at this point, which is fine. No, I know people can be like, oh yeah, sunk cost fallacy, but it's not sunk cost fallacy. Because the thing is, I don't exactly know what I'm exactly getting out of this project. I'm kind of just doing it purely for the satisfaction and the finishing of the project made by Sword King. But yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. This is kind of a different scenario than sunk cost fallacy. What most people think of sunk cost fallacy. Like if I knew exactly what I was getting out of this, sunk cost fallacy could be there, but since I don't entirely know like exactly what I'm getting out of this, sunk cost fallacy doesn't entirely exist that much. The thing is, you can't always know what product you're gonna get. I think the sunk cost fallacy is actually pretty flawed in that way, where you won't always know your outcome of what you're doing, and the outcome itself doesn't always really matter that much, as long as you're not, you know, sacrificing yourself for the outcome or whatever. But that's a little different. Like that's why hobbies exist, because hobbies are like a result of people care so much about like the outcome they get from their jobs and satisfaction, or just the outcome they get, like money, for example. But they do hobbies so they don't know exactly the outcome they get. They do it because of that lack of outcome. It's that innocence and the just the purest joy from the experience itself more than the outcome that they're actually getting. It's like a complete opposite dynamic of each other. I mean, that's why hobbies exist, to be honest. At least I would think so, at least. Because that lack of outcome can make you enjoy the thing instead of having to work on it. Because remember, work is always input output. What you input in gets you an output and gives you a product, and most people want that consistent product. And it's just, it doesn't matter with the hobby. That's why people enjoy it. I mean, there's a reason why that phrase of like, people talk about um, the work you love. If you find work that you love, you never work a day in your life. That's the reason that phrase even exists. It's because of that lack of outcome. It takes your mind off the outcome itself and more the job. But there's also the reverse point, which is like where a passion should be a passion and not like work. Even though that kind of just contradicts the other phrase of like, if you have a passion and it produces an output that is sustainable for your survival, then you'll never work a day in your life. But that kind of, yeah, they kind of just contradict each other. Like, I mean, if you enjoy it and you make money from it, I mean, I think it's the thing of like, there's still that level of uncertainty though, to be honest, when it comes to if you had a passion as work, because it's, I mean, it's a passion. It's not inherently valuable in itself, even if it has money though involved into it, because I mean, yes, there is some value, but it's not like a certainty of value. Like for example, becoming like a programmer or something like that. I mean, there's exceptions to that, obviously. Like if you have a job, like if you have a, I guess it's kind of like if you had a passion that wasn't in particularly a skill that's valuable, that's probably what people talk about. That phrase, the second phrase, which is like your passion should be a passion instead of like it being work. I think it's because people pick passions that can become money, but they don't always become the valuable. Like they can become valuable. There's still that uncertainty. But if you have a, but the other phrase is saying like passion becomes do what you love, and if you can, like, do it for work, then you'll never work a day in your life. That's more of like, if you have a skill that's valuable to other people, not valuable to yourself, not inherently, um, or what is inherently valuable to you, but is also valuable to other people, then that's where that phrase comes from. And then there's the other one, which is, yeah. I don't know, they kind of contradict each other, but I think it's based on the phrases. I guess it's depending on the scenario in this case. So basically, if you have a valuable skill, and if you have a valuable skill and you like the skill, then just use the first phrase, which is basically like, if you work, um, if you have a passion and it's valuable, then you never work a day in your life, because you can produce value and be passionate at the same time. But if you have a skill that is, um, something that is passionate but isn't a guaranteed income, then I wouldn't listen too much to the passion becomes a, passion as a passion, it becomes work. Because it's like, if there is a chance you can make it, like, if you can make passion work, then you might as well try, at least. Now, I wouldn't bet all your money on it at all, honestly, but I would at least try it. If you obviously still have the interest. If you can if you could find long-term interest in the project or whatever, it could be anything, honestly. Please tell me. I swear to God. You gotta be kidding me. Is it actually gone? Is that actually how that works? Please tell me that's not actually how that works. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know. Passion and work are... They really should be separate, but if you can make them both, like, if you can make a passion a work, then I would say... What? What? Oh, what? Okay, I don't remember saving, but... What? Alright, sure, let's go with that. Whatever game, I guess. We'll play your game. Reason why people... I'm guessing just the reason why people don't really like turning their passions into work is just because of that risk. It's just kind of... Developments, people need to embrace that risk, to be honest. It's like, how many opportunities... You're kind of just wasting your own opportunity. And you're kind of... I'm not gonna say you're disrespecting the people who want an opportunity that you're in, but you kind of are, because it's like, you have this opportunity to make a living based on your passion, but you're just gonna waste it for because of your own fear. Now, if you said, like, you had no interest in that thing, whenever, like, long term you have no interest, then sure, but if you did it just because of fear, then honestly it's on you, not... Your fear is what you should manage, not... Or, your fear is your own problem or burden. Even if even if it wasn't even your own fault, it's still technically your own burden to deal with. kind of on you, not anybody else. It really is. If you want to be afraid and not being able to take the risks, then making your passion, having one of the best opportunities of taking your passion into something actually useful to people, then sure. Or actually being able to do what you love while not having the burden of work, then you can go ahead, but I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. Like you're not really losing anything. Also, you have pretty much nothing to lose anyway. I mean, besides the fact that like, yes, technically, if your like passion kind of just goes down south, but not saying you can't always bounce back though, because the skills you learn from that passion could also be pretty useful. Not always, but they could. You could also just gain skills and just have backup plans. You could have a backup plan. I mean, you don't have to rely completely on this just whatever, honestly, whatever you're doing for a passion. Kind of like what I'm doing on this project, actually, or on this channel. I'm not expecting to go full time on this. I don't think I'm gonna even get close. I may make a tiny decent income, like an okay income. I could be totally wrong on this, but I could make a decent income from this, like the channel itself, like like between all three projects, I could actually make a decent income, but because of the amount of attention, recognition, and like influence, the amount of influence, I will probably say something about this, but uh, that's hard for me to say. There's no guarantee of that at all, actually. I think it's actually pretty likely, but there's still no guarantee of it. Which is why I have backup plan, or why I have my main plan, and this is like if it does work out, then whatever, but I always have that backup for sure. I have multiple backup plans. What's up, hockey? And redstone dust. But Pie Guy. Yours is definitely one of the more memorable ones, to be honest. I can't really specifically say what is the most memorable. It's just, I think it's really just the names I say the most. So I can't entirely define which one's the most memorable, which one isn't. I mean, yours is definitely up there, but that's only because, you know, you've probably been the most consistent viewer besides maybe Raffi on this channel, so that's hard to say. Just having to get some more water. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that, honestly. Sup, tree? I don't know what to mention either. I'm kind of just mining. I'm kind of half paying attention, to be honest with you. Dude, I think this project is like one of the weirdest dopamine detoxes I've ever seen. Because this project just makes everything seem so mind-numbing that anything that isn't this project is somewhat interactive. Like anything that is more interactive than this project, physically interactive, it will be, and even mentally, it it's much more, I keep myself far more awake. It's really annoying. This makes any book seem way more exciting, by the way. Like, this will make just about anything if you do something like this long enough. This will make a book more exciting. It will make almost anything a little bit more exciting. You kind of are honestly talking, by the way, makes me far more awake than anything that I could do right now. Literally anything. Listening to music sometimes, listening to videos, stuff like that. Anything. Like, let me say this, pulling an all-nighter's easy. Like, really easy. After conditioning myself with this project. I just can't do this project while trying to pull an all-nighter. It's almost impossible. But if I do anything else, I could stay up. It's really frustrating, actually, how mind-numbing this project is. Yeah, talking helps me wake up a lot, honestly. I don't know about 48 hours, but at least 24 hours is nothing if I'm not streaming. Okay, maybe I might be able to pull it off if I'm like really awake, like very awake, but if I'm tired, I could still do it without streaming. I don't think I do it while streaming though. I don't think it's possible. Seriously, this is like the weirdest form of dopamine detox. Like it's like any form of physical activity, it like actually doesn't matter. Reading, even like moving my eyes in any form or capacity is far more interactive. Like I can't even, the only thing that isn't more interactive is literally breathing. I swear to God. Breathing and maybe being in my, actually even being in my own thoughts, it doesn't matter. I'm actually more interactive in my own thoughts than I am with this project. So actually, you know what's weird? Like not moving is more interactive than doing this project. like literally watching paint dry. I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure watching paint dry is actually more interactive than this. As much as weird as it sounds, as a weird of a conclusion as I've gotten, I'm pretty sure because of the nature of this, like the project, and it's so it's like interactive to the point of like white noise. It's almost like the white noise thing where it's like it kind of drowns out your thoughts, if you know what I mean. Unlike watching paint dry where there's no actual interaction, which makes it harder, which it's like it's hard to explain, but there's like just enough interaction where it's mind-numbing. It makes it more mind-numbing than no interaction. It's really annoying. It's like a massage for your mind. It's really annoying. This is why I tell people that using a keyboard and mouse is far more interactive than a controller, because you only have to use the travel distance for this project is nothing. Like even getting to the point where I'm literally going to get water, like grabbing my cup is that it's that pause. It's that like mental pause, I guess you can call it. That helps me wake up. I mean, this is why people shake their head when they're tired or stuff like that, because that oxygen, it just, and in this case, it's oxygen and dopamine. It gets straight up just deprived. And it just is like, oh, well, if I don't get any, then I'll just sleep. And which is so annoying when I have to do something like this for so many hours. The only exception to that is if I get a lot of sleep. Like, or not a lot of sleep, amazing sleep. I better get, yeah, really, really good sleep to do that. Or it's like very late in the day. That's like the only other time as well. If it's like if I was already awake for like 8 to 10 hours, then it'd probably be okay. But just getting up, it's like almost impossible to wake up. It's so annoying. Like, let me say this. Here's a great example. I literally had an easier time in a drive. Like, I was riding in the car from a 7-hour drive. I got 4 hours of sleep that night before. It was easy to stay up, like really easy. Riding in a car, getting 4 hours of sleep on my phone than it was to do this project. It's so annoying. It's like, is this really that mind-numbing to the point where I could get 4 hours of sleep and be perfectly fine staying up on my phone than it is getting even decent sleep doing this project? Like, is it really that mind-numbing? Like to the point of like actually physically changing my brain? Like my mental state, I guess you can call it. I guess it depends though. 4 hours, well, don't be wrong though, I did feel pretty horrible, like when I first woke up, but waking up was so easy for some reason. Oh jeez, it's about to rain. Hope it's, I think it kind of depends on how much sleep you get before. Yeah, I definitely can't do that. I guess it depends on how sleep I am, though, to be fair. Yep, there is definitely rain coming. I hope it doesn't mess with my stream, though. Like, it, like, actually doesn't matter what I do. It's so annoying, this project. It's only annoying. This project's only annoying because of that sleep problem. It's literally the only thing. Sky water. Oh, I'll drink some more water, actually. It's the only... I honestly, the pickaxes are pretty bad. Sleep might actually be worse, actually. I thought the pickaxes were bad, but considering I've had to deal with this for literally years, it's really annoying. Because it's like the sleep part affects my pickaxe usage, which makes it really annoying. It's like, dude, are you serious? Like, honestly, I almost can't even wait till I can do something like the mind mapping, because at least that will keep me more entertained in a way. Like, as much as I don't like using entertainment as a motivation, my God, at least I'll be able to have like some mental, like a better mental state doing that project in terms of like sleep. Actually, it's more like a physical state, I guess. Doing that project. You know what's also really annoying about this project is that it's not a one-handed thing. So I have to keep both hands on the controller, so I can't multitask. I literally have to put my physical effort into this project. Like, I mean, yes, I could put my eyes... Like, I can move my, like, eyes up and down, like, looking at chat and the screen. But that's still not enough, honestly. At least if I, At least the mind mapping thing, I mean, yes, it uses both hands, but they're, like, it builds an intrigue. It's like the mind mapping at least gives me that at least consistent intrigue. This project really doesn't, because I mean, what's really intriguing about this, like, the project itself? Like, what's really intriguing about the, like, mechanics of this project, which is literally just mining? I mean, yeah, the progress is pretty intriguing, but I think I'm almost pushing the limits when it comes to, well, I mean, I'm always pushing the limits with this project, but I think I'm pushing the limits when it comes to how far somebody can go without any form of intrinsic value, like intrinsic motivation, I guess you could say. I'm really pushing that limit. Consistent intrinsic value, like enjoyment of the work itself, I guess you could say. I'm really pushing that limit. Even the dishwashing job, at least that keeps me busy, and there's always something to do, and it keeps me awake, so there's always something kind of intriguing about it. But this is literally just mining dirt, gravel, stone, ores, changing the pickaxe, water. I do stand up occasionally. It's just I just fall asleep very quickly though. That's the problem. It's like it doesn't matter really that much. It doesn't really matter that much if I stand up or not, because because of the way I'm just the fact that it's it takes such little effort to do this project that I'm going to be sleepy regardless, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it matters. I think I literally am pushing the dopamine limit. The dopamine and the physical limit for this project. Like, this project actually is pretty physically taxing because of that sleep problem. Like, I'm actually pushing it. I'm pushing dopamine. The dopamine detox with the, mainly dopamine detox. I'm pushing that to the absolute extreme. I mean, I can fix my posture, but that's still so hard to manage still. I'm basically in like, my body is like trying to get me to sleep, but I know I'm not actually that tired. And I only know that because if I get up and actually do something, like, actually do something, like, interactive, like, even on my computer, even on my phone, if I do something interactive, I'll wake up immediately. But when I start doing this project, it's just, it's so frustrating. I mean, it helps though, like, it does help, like, build that, like, mental fortitude to, do medial tasks, because let's be honest here, if you're so conditioned to doing probably one of the most tedious tasks you can possibly do, I'd argue it probably could be the most tedious. And I mean, yeah, you press a lot of buttons at a time, but you press them in such a light way that it's not like there's no intensity to it. The music is obviously very calming. The blocks are very calming. It's like the combination of the environment with like the soothing part of the tapping and the clicking. It's just, oh my god, dude. And looking at the same environment over and over and over again, it helps like media, like being doing tedious things. I could do freaking anything tedious at this point. But it's just doing this tedious thing that's difficult, sleep-wise. Like, I can do probably just about anything at this point in terms of tediousness. If I actually want to, by the way. It's not like I'm gonna really be forced to do it. Like, I can't really be forced to do it unless there's some motivation behind the factor. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's just, if I want to do the tedious task, then I could probably do the tedious task. Like, it doesn't really matter at that point. Because I'm so conditioned to do this task. Like, pretty much if I want to do it, I'm probably going to do it because I'm so, like, difficulty, that motivation's even more spiked because I actually have, like, I can actually make myself stay awake more, and I can do difficult tasks. Like, this kind of helps with the difficult task aspect of it. Like, for example, this is literally the reason, like, the dopamine thing, the dopamine addiction is the reason why people don't like doing things that they need to do, which is usually stemmed off their wants of what they want to do. Like, for example, if somebody wanted to get healthier, um, like going to the gym or something like that, like getting more fit, they it's very dopamine like very dopamine restricting, working out, for example. But at least immediately it is. If people actually get a shot, it actually is. It can give you some dopamine, but for the most part, it's pretty dopamine draining and it's difficult. So let me just say this: this basically, I only go up from here. This project makes me to the point where I only go up in terms of difficulty. Like, it doesn't matter. I only go up from here. That's basically this project in a nutshell. In terms of difficult or mediocre tasks, I guess you can call them, or tedious tasks. I don't think I can go any further down than this, to be honest. Like, this is like actually like Mr. Beast level of challenges, for example. In terms of tediousness. This might even be more tedious in certain scenarios, to be honest. Like, I would, like, one of those, figure out one of those challenges where you, like, stay in the circle or whatever, that'd be easy. To be honest. Like, really easy. Like, any of his challenges would be really easy for me. To be honest with you. So easy. They're way more interactive than this. Literally standing in a circle is way more interactive than this. Because at least you're standing. And you're actually like existing. In this case, I don't even feel like I'm existing doing this project. That's how tedious this project is. Like this is like the definition of tedious project. I don't think anything is gonna come close to this. The only thing I can think of that could come close is the walking projects that people have. But even then, um, both of the projects, like walking to the far lands, at least there's consistent new terrain you can see, kind of like driving. Driving is very tedious, but at least there's new things that pop up. Um, that you don't have much, like you can actually look at, like new things you can look at instead of looking at stone, dirt. Like it's a little bit more stimulating than this project, visually. Um, Also food, you have to manage it more often as well and stuff like that. Like you have to, there's more pressure with the project, so it's a little bit easier to keep track of, I guess. Like faster pace. Um, Literally just standing and I can just shut off my brain for long periods of time because of this project. Actually, not even just shut it off. It's just the fact that it just makes it even easier. Like, you know how I said I could just shut off my brain to do things? Now at this point, I can actually have my brain active and be perfectly fine. If that says anything. I'm not even to the point, I'm beyond this shutting off the brain. I could actually use my brain for long periods of time now. That's how insane this is actually getting. That's how far I've gotten with this project. Like literally, that it's actually kind of ridiculous at this point. I don't have to shut off my brain to do long tasks. I can actually just use my brain for long tasks. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. I don't actually have to go that numb. I mean, yes, like going numb is better for like really long tasks, but for like short-ish tasks, like fairly difficult tasks, like I know how to manage my mental energy, I guess a better way of saying it. I know how to manage, I know how to go numb and put in a lot of effort simultaneously, like being able to do both, oscillate between going numb and actually putting in some kind of physical effort. But I could actually, at least if I'm standing in a circle, for example, at least I can actually, like, walk around and think. Like, there's at least some physical stimulation. Walking. Yeah, imagine comparing this to walking. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. People talk about having, like, how boring walking and stuff like that is. They just want to spend on their phone, but no. This is like that compared to, like, going on your phone is like... Floors can be fun, especially the design pattern and stuff like that. I'd have to agree with that for sure. It's just this, at this point, I'm literally just like... Oh my god, dude. I don't think I could push my dopamine detox any further than this. Maybe I pushed it too far. Maybe. I don't think that's actually possible, though, because I think dopamine itself, people need to stop thinking that dopamine's a need. It's actually not a need. It's a reward system for a reason, or it's a reward chemical for a reason. Rewards aren't needs, so... Which actually kind of disproves ADHD, but whatever. That logic alone disproves ADHD, so... Yeah, I don't think anybody will believe me, but that's just something random to throw out there. By the way. I mean, yes, people are more sensitive to that reward system, but that doesn't mean it's necessary, like what everybody thinks it is, but whatever, I guess. Doesn't matter. But yeah, so yeah, I'm at this point where I can almost oscillate, like I could do a full mixture of turning off my brain and putting in effort. So I can like put in that effort, but at the same time go numb at the same time.
It's really hard to explain. But it's a weird combination of both, to be honest. It's like I'm going numb to like what I'm like my progression, but I'm like putting in the effort for the actual thing to progress in, if you know what I mean. Like I'm getting better at something. Like for example, if I play a rhythm game or something like that, at this point, I would play the game. I would just continuously try to get better and not think about anything else. Literally, that's it. Like it's just this constant state of progression, numbness to progression. But I put all of it into it's almost like it's similar to like how people say when you have fun, time goes by faster. It's similar to that, where it's like you spend so much time in the moment that you don't even really think about like your thoughts at all in a way. It's like the reverse of shutting off your brain, but being able to do that, I'm able to do that for long periods of time now. It's not like a short-term thing. I can actually do it for long periods of time, which is extremely advantageous, especially when it comes to learning skills, which means I can learn skills even faster than I used to be able to. So now I can oscillate between shutting off my brain and putting in a ton of effort simultaneously, which is actually terrifying a skill. Absolutely terrifying skill. Absolutely terrifying. This means I can break boundaries even faster than I used to, and even more than I could possibly imagine, or anybody could possibly imagine. Now, it's taken a while to get to that point, because you have to oscillate between holding on to your own thoughts to completely letting go back to back. That is really hard to be able to go back and forth, to oscillate between both of them, but after a while, you kind of just get comfortable with doing it, to be honest. You get comfortable with letting go and holding on, whichever one it is. Because remember, willpower is holding on to something. Uh, Ethic is like work ethic, or like, um, not work ethic. Well, it is work ethic, but it's, effort is letting go, because effort is basically just doing something and doing the thing for the sake of doing it, which is something people don't want to do, hence why it's like the opposite of desire, because it's like the complete reverse of it. It's basically saying like desire is holding on to something you want to do later, but effort is what you're doing right now. It's like putting extra what you're doing right now, mentally or physically, whichever one, honestly. You're letting go of it temporarily, which is what I can do back to back now. I can let go, put in the effort, put my desires on the back burner, which is basically what you're doing, and putting in all that effort and then eventually going back to my desires slowly. I can keep doing that over and over again. I can't do it for this project because there's no difficulty to it, so there's no point in me putting in more effort. Not saying I won't make mistakes, but I will take the mistakes because it's so hard to put in effort for this type of project because there's nothing to put effort into, but, you know. If it's something difficult, then I can be like, okay, yeah, let go entirely of what I'm wanting to do. And I'm just purely effort at that point. Maybe not pure effort. There's no way I can go pure effort, but there's no way you can go pure effort. I don't think it's mentally possible for me to, but I can at least put in sparks of it, like little bits of effort, over time. It's basically like effort, no effort, doing that over and over super fast, and basically a consistent amount of effort and willpower. It's like it's a weird mixture of it. It's kind of hard to explain. It's like I'm almost in a way going out of my way to do the thing, even though if I don't want to. Like, for example, in a game or something like that, if I want to improve, but I don't want to put in the effort to improve, because there's always that factor, It's like, there's no reason not to put in that effort to improve. It's like you want to get better at it, but it's like you don't want to put in the effort to do it. Now it's more like I will put in the effort regardless if I want to do it or not, by the way. I've gotten to the point where even if I don't want to do it, I'll still do it. That's where I'm at this point. I'm to the point where my desires don't really actually matter that much. For a person who's literally almost sheer willpower, that is a weird feeling. Like, I feel like the further I've gotten into putting in effort, the less I actually think about my desires. I'm at that point where it's like, where I just don't think about my desires that much. I kind of just put in whatever, honestly. Which is a good thing, to be honest. I need that balance. Instead of just sheer willpower. Because sheer willpower isn't worthless, but it's not very useful. You gotta back it up somehow. And the only way to back it up is by putting in that effort to get that thing you want. And you can even get things, you can get things that you didn't even know you wanted. That's also another reason why I put in effort, because the more effort you put into something, the more opportunities you can have later on in whatever it is. Like skills, for example. Even in a game, if you put in a lot of effort in like a bunch of skills within a game, those skills could be applied later on, and then it just snowballs. And then you just become this absolute master without even realizing it. Because you're just putting in the effort. You're not thinking at all about really what you're specifically wanting to do. You're just learning everything. You're temporarily becoming the jack of all trades, but since you put all that time into the jack of all trades, you become a master in that specific area of knowledge or whatever, or subject. Which is what I'm kind of doing with that mind mapping. I'm basically just learning a ton of stuff, and then eventually, since I put so much effort into learning that stuff, then I somehow just become a master of whatever that is. Even after a pretty short period of time, because all that information and learning just snowballs on each other. It's kind of crazy, to be honest with you. It's a little different with this project because you can only go so fast. So this project kind of just takes numbness. You kind of have to go numb to this project, like, because there's no way you can speed it up. There's no way you can go at a faster pace. It's pretty much impossible, I think. Even if you find the fastest method, like, it's such a long project that you still have to go numb to it. At least with, say, the mind mapping, you can at least track it, and it makes it easier. Like, progress is a lot easier to maintain and keep up with, but this project, it's so long-winded that the progress you get just... It's so hard to get any momentum with this project. And even if you do get momentum, there's so much you have to build up. There's so much momentum you have to build that it's so easy to lose the momentum at the same time. Oh yeah, I'd imagine. I never actually mind mapped. Actually, I think I partially mind mapped on accident in biology 2. It was completely pointless because I had no idea what I was doing. I was basically making new designs on my notes, which didn't do anything for me, actually. It was completely pointless. As like, I wrote my notes in a nice little area, but it didn't do anything because I didn't actually learn anything, so it didn't matter. I do wish I learned mind mapping in school. I'd have actually probably enjoyed learning if I actually... That is if I wasn't too stubborn, if I'd actually let go of things for once, at that time period. Oh wait, I just realized diamonds, and redstone. I, for some reason, just realized that. Yeah, I just realized that. I noticed my layer, or I noticed a patch of redstone, but we're getting to the final stretch. of this section. This is the final stretch, in my opinion. This, when we get to diamonds and redstone. This is the final stretch of this section, in my opinion. My two biggest issues of learning in school was, first thing is taking notes. I didn't know how to take notes. I didn't know what I was doing in terms of learning. Second thing is, I didn't know how to read my notes. Because I'd forget what I was even, like, thinking about at the beginning. Or I wouldn't even be able to read it at all because my handwriting was garbage. I had a few issues in school. Organizing wasn't also really that good of a strength at that time, to be honest. I'd imagine how far I could have actually went if I actually put in actual effort into school. Because can you imagine how far you could go if you used the mind mapping strategy, like, at home, and mind mapped everything in school? Like, that'd be ridiculous. You would be like a freaking, you could probably easily get into top 10%, to be honest with you. At least in, you know, I don't know about Germany, but at least in the US, you could probably easily get into top 10 because you'd actually have meaningful ways of learning everything. And if you actually took the time to learn the subject as a whole, it would be really easy to comprehend subjects in school because they only teach the basics most of the time. So I mean, even algebra and algebra 2, they're technically still only teaching the basics. Even the higher level classes. Because, I mean, school is literally just a petri dish of subjects, which, I mean, literally I'm making a mind map that has every single subject, so it doesn't really... I would think it's pretty simplistic after a while, especially with the domino effect of learning. I don't know, you could probably go so far with it, though. Like, what you learn at school would not matter, or at least not much. I mean, you could actually just take a curriculum and just... You could have like mathematics, for example, or whatever subject, like algebra, and then you could have a curriculum, which are all the subjects, like the sub-subjects, like the subtopics, I guess you can call them. And then you could have like each subtopic could be each part of the curriculum. So if you're learning something, you could just, it would be so easy to learn in school with the mind map, actually, if you know how to do it properly. It would be so easy, like really easy. Like here's the thing, you could do like a mind map with like the main subject that you're learning and then do the subtopics and then get another note and just take the subtopic and then make a new mind map with that subtopic, and then when you get to a new one just make a new make a new mind map of the subtopic that you were of the second subtopic. It's kind of confusing to explain, but it'd be way easier to explain or to show. Basically take like, say, algebra, and then you take a subtopic. That's one of the parts of the curriculum. That's one of the key core components of the curriculum. And then you make a new mind map with that core curriculum part, if you know what I mean. And then you put that mind map onto a new mind map, or you just make, or you use the mind mapping software at home, and you do all the mind mapping and collect everything together at home. So you're leveraging the note-taking at school combined with the mind mapping of at school and then at home. I know that takes a lot of effort, but honestly, I think that's way better than studying. Let's be honest here. That's way better than studying. I would think. You could probably study in like 15 minutes, like really easily. Really easily with that method. Because remember, you're just putting ideas together. That's all you're doing. You're not like making this complex note-taking scheme that you're trying to pull off, but you're just putting subjects together. You're just making a puzzle piece with the subject that you're making. That's it. That's literally all you're doing. So, could be actually really easy. I need to make learning actually okay, because you're learning at your own pace, technically. you're getting all the information from school, but you're actually putting everything and studying it at your own pace. You're just using you're using the school itself as a reference point, or all the curriculum itself is just a reference point. You're not actually like learning it at school. You could do it, but I mean, good luck processing everything that quickly. But yeah, it would be pretty interesting to mind map everything. Or you could just mind map, or you could just take a bunch of notes and then mind map all the information that you got from notes. You could also do that. But I think mind mapping on its own would just be better. The curriculum. You can also take the curriculum, make a mind map, and then make a new mind map out of that curriculum and make it easier to format. Because, you know, curriculums aren't always the best format in terms of understanding the entire picture as a whole. So I think it might be easier to do it that way too. Especially something like history. History, even though it's chronological in a lot of cases, there's some parts that are kind of meh. Mathematics would also be really annoying, actually, to mind map. It would still be logical. I mean, all the subjects you could technically turn into logic. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend this for everybody, because not everybody's logical. Some people are rational. Which is where note-taking actually benefits them, and not, you know, logical types like myself. Which I could argue mind mapping with logic is, the logical types of mind mapping could be actually more powerful than rational learning. I would think so, at least. I could be totally wrong on that, but it is technically possible. Because they could use old information and put everything together with new information and just snowball it instead of having to even... It would just be really... It just that snowball effect with logic would make, at least in the long term, make it faster. Maybe not short term, maybe not the beginning. Obviously rational types are going to get a subject way faster at the beginning, but I think if it's TI user or a logic-based user, can learn it quickly. Yeah, it could be a... In the long term, I think logic types probably benefit more than rational types with their own learning styles, but it's harder for them to learn it at the beginning, and then, you know, they eventually start picking it up, and then boom, there you go, mastery. Over the long term. Even more mastery and possibly quicker. Potentially. I could be totally wrong on that. I mean, I could underestimate how fast rational types actually learn. It's hard to figure out if they actually do learn it, though, because they take the reference points from the external environment and not actually their own thinking, so it's hard to judge how much they actually know themselves and how much reference points they actually have learned. So that's hard to say. I could be heavily underestimating how fast these types actually learn, but I don't know yet. To see about that. What's up, Thea? Or, yeah, I think it's Thea. You almost forgot your birthday, oh Jesus. can't deny that there's a lot of things I probably should know, but I don't remember them. It's actually really annoying. I'm like, wow, why didn't I process that? Why didn't I process it when I had the opportunity? There's a lot of information where I have that, where I'm like, dang, man, why didn't I process that immediately at the time? I mean, yeah, I know there's like the... It's a little different, though, when it comes to dates, because it's like, you could know the date, but, like, you don't know when it's actually coming up. It's hard for us to keep track of, like, time when it comes to, like, when things happen, when things will happen. When things did happen versus when things will happen type of thing. It's hard to keep track of time because it's kind of just in the now type of thing, which can be really annoying. So even if you know the date of something, you still may forget it, which is really annoying, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Fortunately, just knowing it, though, does help. At least a little bit. It may aid you in your knowledge. Like, for example, like me doing, like, learning mechanics with, like, learning mechanics with, like with my mind mapping. It's going to be pretty hard to learn mechanics purely through mind mapping. I don't think it's realistically possible, but at least if I understand what everything does and know what it is and stuff like that, that will help tremendously. Even if I haven't practiced it, just having that mental training is what I would call it. It helps a lot in that area. Like, for example, I want to learn about cars, the mechanics of cars. I understand, like, car culture and stuff like that, but in terms of the mechanics of cars, I don't understand it that well, to be honest with you. I really don't, actually, at all. That's one of the first things I will actually be learning about on that mind map, for sure. First thing is information technology. Then it's probably going to be some kind of nutrition or, like, exercise, which is one of the core subjects on my mind map, which is exercise, which is like weightlifting, calisthenics, stuff like that, cardio, all that type of stuff, all those types of exercising. That's probably the next thing I'll learn after information technology, or at least a good amount of information technology, and then I will get into mechanics. Actually, I'll probably get into nutrition, then mechanics, or both, honestly. I don't know which one, to be honest. Maybe both at the same time. I can manage 2 subjects at the same time. I'm managing like 3 right now. I know how to change oil and tires. I don't know if I'll actually remember it in air quotes. Like, I don't know if I'll actually remember it, but I know it at least. If you know what I mean. I also know how to change a light bulb out of a car, but that's not that difficult, to be honest. Actually, it was pretty difficult in the car that I had, to be fair. I heard it's not that difficult at all with other cars. For some reason, the car I used to have was more difficult than the average car, which is really annoying. It's like, dude, really? Why? Why did I have to get... Oh, I didn't realize they actually did the diamond Patreon. That's pretty sick. That's actually pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Actually building their motorcycle. I had a friend that's, or I have a friend that's building his own car. That seems like a pretty cool project, though. Is building like a mechanical device from scratch. That would actually be not a bad project for me to do if I want to learn mechanics, but at the same time, do I really want to go that far? I think just knowing how everything works is fine enough for me, to be honest with you. I don't think the only reason like I would say that is because I only kind of want to learn mechanics for emergency situations. I don't think say for example, building a car or building a bike. Now, as fun as it kind of sounds, sort of, um, it's I don't know about that. Um, I don't know if it'd be really worth it. I don't know. It's like kind of interesting, but I think just the subjects of mechanics in general is kind of interesting more than the actual, building of it. Built you a sound. Did he actually like build the sound system, or did he like build the custom part of the sound system, if you know what I mean? Like did he build the speaker itself, or did he like build the case that contained the speaker? He built the speaker. What the heck? That's pretty crazy, actually. That's actually pretty insane. I've never heard of anybody who actually has built the speaker. So, what am I gonna do? Wait, how much progress have I made? It's always good to look back at your progress. That's what I love about these streams. It's great for documenting and seeing how much progress I've made. So I went from layer 23 to 17. 6 layers. Almost 7 layers when I get to the next one. That's not bad. 7 layers in less than... It's gonna be more than 7 layers, but... That's not bad, honestly. If I could do that again, then... I really wish I cared enough about mechanic. If I cared that much about mechanics, I'd probably do something cool with mechanics, but God, dude, I just don't know, honestly. I don't know if I'll really invest that much time into building something like that. I think I'll just learn it piece by piece. I think it will be better. And it's much more efficient of my time. I think I just need an understanding of the subject. I don't think I really need the... Like, I mean, yes, so, say for something like the career that I'm going to, information technology, yes, I'll need experience on that one, obviously, but if it's something like mechanics, I don't think I inherently need the information. Unless, or the practice of mechanics. I mean, I already can use tools fairly well, but, fairly, air quotes. Take that with a grain of salt, but, it's just, I don't know yet. I'll think about it. I will definitely think about it. There's so many people I know that are into mechanics. I just don't see the appeal. Like, I kind of do, but I don't at the same time. I don't know if it's just the satisfaction of building the thing or like fixing a problem, which is what I think it might be. Um, so it's like instead of fixing like how people do problems like troubleshooting, like how people get satisfaction from problem solving other people's problems. I think mechanics is so interesting because they're just solving a solution with or solving a problem and understanding the problem from the ground up is pretty cool. I just don't know. I would rather do the reverse and figure out problems to be solved by other people, not solving my own. Well, I mean, I'll still solve my own problems if I need to solve my own problems, but in terms of burdening myself and making new problems for the sake of learning, I don't know. I mean, I'll question things. Like, I'll try to answer my own questions. that's a little bit different. But in terms of going out of my way to create problems for my own interests, I don't know if I'll do that. Unless it's something useful. Or if it's something like really simple, like pretty much like say rhythm game. That's technically like your own figuring out how something works, but it's very simplistic. It's not like there isn't much investment, I guess you could say. I'd rather put less investment into something like that. Unless it's something useful. Like basically if it's something that takes less investment, like if it's something that doesn't really matter that much. Whoa, what the heck did the sand come from? How old is this? Oh my god. How old is this sand? Dude, this is from like... Dude, this is like years ago. What the heck? This is like back before I think I even started the project. This sand right here? Oh my god. What? Dude, this was way back. My god, dude. This was so far back, it's actually kind of insane. But yeah, I mean... I don't know, it's just... That's really hard to say, though. Maybe if I get into mechanics more, like physically get into it more than just from a knowledge standpoint, maybe I will put burdens like that, like creating projects and stuff like that, like mechanical projects, then yeah, maybe, then then I might do it, but at the moment, I just don't see myself doing that at the moment, and doing mechanical projects. Unless it's like actually necessary, then I'll do it, but there isn't really anything necessary at the moment. Like, I would be interested in just solving other people's problems. Like, I just don't have any real intrigue. I mean, it's kind of like the reason why I'm learning all these subjects in a way. It's like in a way for like helping myself like have more discussions with people. And be more interesting to other people in general. Be more interesting, be a little bit more curious about the world itself. Potentially help people with other problems, help people with their thinking. Stuff like that. Help people in basically all areas that aren't, you know, like actual like physical problems. Basically all mental problems in a way. Like I could be like the ultimate like mind healer. Basically the ultimate psychiatrist. Because remember, like I have a mixture of psychology combined with problem solving, and if I learn the mind mapping, then it'll help me with people's thinking as well. So I help people with their I can help people with their like their mental health combined with their like intelligence simultaneously. Not even sure that's a good way to state it, to be honest with you. I don't know if mind becoming the ultimate psychiatrist is even a good way of stating it, but it would just become more useful to other people. That's basically my ultimate goal, is just become more useful. Now, I can't be useful in every aspect, let's be honest here, but I think having that mechanical knowledge combined with like IT and, you know, nutrition, all that, all those pieces of knowledge and stuff like that, it would help me explain things to people and get people to understand, which could be very useful. And not only that, but it would I could help like solve certain problems, help people understand their problems better in general, in different fields, subjects, stuff like that. Actually answer people's questions, interest, whatever, it could be anything. Help people with possibly careers, like tailor the psychology to like certain roles within the world, whatever. I don't know, something like that. Something along the lines of that. It all kind of just like blends together in a way. Or it will blend together. Once I get to that point at least. What's up, Ian? That's pretty cool. 75% off. It's actually kind of insane. Farm seems pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, out of all the like mechanical things that I have seen people do, or like mechanical hobbies, is what I call them, basically, because you know it's part of the mind map. Because I grouped them all together. Um, may change on that one. Not gonna lie. I'm not really too sure where to put farming, but I put yeah, I put farming. Actually, I should name it agriculture. Actually, I don't know why I'm naming it farming. I could just put it agriculture. If they are, wait, are they two different things? Because, you know, semantics are really annoying with this mind map, but, you know, gotta have the semantics here. Semantics are important with this mind map, because if you miss one definition, then you're kind of screwing up the mind map. But, it's like farming versus gardening. I wonder what the difference is between farming and gardening. Oh god, here we go again. Yeah, semantics. Hey, don't worry, I had a weird semantics about, like... What's up, redstone? Um, literally just redstone, what the heck? Um, I literally had to figure out what the difference between a vehicle and an automobile was. Actually, no, wait, not vehicle and automobile. Did you know apparently a boat is part of automotive, but it's not an automobile? It's one of the strangest things that I've seen. It technically isn't considered an automobile. Apparently, by definitions. Which is so annoying. I don't know why. I literally just said your name like less than 5 minutes ago. But there has to be a difference though between farming and gardening. Like I know farms are usually like mass versions of gardening, but like is there actually a difference or is just farming just larger gardening, which is technically still just gardening? What's up, Die Bunny? I don't know. I'll look up the definitions. I'll decipher them. I'm gonna see. Because apparently some of these definitions don't really make a lot of sense, like when you first, like, hear about them. But when you dig into the weeds, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's kind of a weird pun, but if you dig into the weeds, it starts to become a little bit more clear. But at first glance, they seem like the same word, but they're not the same word, even though they kind of seem like they're part of the same definition. Actually, I don't know either. Actually, don't know why you'd want a shout out for something like this, to be honest. Even though I technically give almost everybody a shout out. I always say people's names, so it doesn't really... Well, I don't always say it. It depends on how dead the chat is and whatever I'm saying. Like, if the chat's entirely dead and like nobody's commented for a long time, then yeah, there's a pretty high chance I'll probably miss a message actually, because it's kind of hard to keep track of a chat when it's like 30 minutes. Um, 30 minutes between messages. Oh yeah, probably. They probably want the name. They probably want the name because they want to know me before, or they want to be known by me before this channel becomes bigger later on. This is why I'm thinking about the fact that I might actually just get stand on. Or stand... I'll just have a bunch of stands from this channel. Kind of happened to Kilo's channel, actually. I'd imagine it's going to be even worse with this channel because of the memes. The memes, the status itself. Mainly those two things, and like just the bigger community that will see it, or like more people will see this anyway. So that's gonna be fun. I don't mind it actually that much. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not that cringe, to be honest. It's definitely worse things you could probably say. It's actually not that cringe. Compare it to, say, something like, come check out my channel. Now that, on the other hand, in my opinion, that's pretty cringe. That's where it's like, okay, no. I don't have that. I don't have time to check out other people's channels. Well, I mean, I could have the time to do it, but it's like, do I really want to? Not really.
What's up, BSTR? I think I only have like 3% just thinking about it real fast, the world. Or it's almost 3%. 96 point something percent. Dang man, I am so curious at how this channel is gonna turn out. It's like the most exciting thing, honestly. Not even just finishing the project, I'm just curious at people's reactions to this project when it's finished. I'm really curious at what the internet, I'm not even talking about the Minecraft community at this point, what the internet's gonna think about this project. I'm really curious.
No, it's like 3%. It's only 3%. Actually, it seems like less, in my opinion, for me at least. It's 3% because it's like 12 layers, which is roughly 1%. Pretty close to it. 1%, and then there's 2%, which is the little part of the world, so it's about 3.5%, something like that. Maybe 3.25%. Actually, it's 3.2%. There we go. That's a more accurate way of saying it. Because it's 2 layers. 10 layers is roughly 1% of the world. Which is roughly 20% of the section left. Or 20% of the percentage. So 20% plus 20% of 1%, 0.2, and then there's the plus 1% added on top of this. This is the 10 layers because there's 12 layers left. And then it's 1.2, and then there's the final third part of the world. Maybe not even a third. I think it's less than a third, actually. A little over a third. It's like it's a roughly 3.2%. It might be closer to like 3.5%, something like that. Something very specific. It's somewhere around there. I'm trying to figure out what the final section really is, though. Because it's 31... It's like a third, which is roughly 6, so it's 6.25, which is what each section contains. And a third of that, which is like 2.7? 2.7 plus 3.9? Something like that. Maybe it's 3.9. Somewhere around that number. $31 blocks. I think it's technically 30, but I'd go with 31 just because it makes it easier to, you know, divide. I think it might actually be 31. Actually, no, it's technically 29, but because of this, no, I don't freaking know. I go with 31. I don't know, like, entirely what it is. It could be 30, but because of the, oh god, I'm also counting the wall too, so it might actually be 30. It's not that much more. Oh, I mean, for the section itself, it's quite a bit, because it's like 90%, it's like 80% water or something like that, but let's go look at this verse. If you count the wall, I think it's 31. I could be totally wrong, though. Let's see here, so it's 429. Oops. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. This is technically not 431. This wall right here, oh, it is, wait, is it? I guess, god, dude. So the outside is 431, but this is 430. So if you subtract that, 429 to, I think it's 400. Yeah, 400. So 29 by 431, which I don't even know if this is 431, to be honest with you. I guess it makes it, I don't freaking know, man. It's such a confusing dimension. I don't understand, to be honest. This is why I probably shouldn't have fully calculated it. This is why I make rough estimates. I don't go for exact calculations because it's so confusing. Yeah, this is the final section. It will not take long at all. Even with this water. It's 29 wide for some reason. No, it is technically 30 wide. Because if you're counting the 0. Never mind, I think. Wait. Yeah, it would be 30 because the 0, but oh Jesus Christ, man. I think I'm still gonna just stick to 31 just to keep it consistent. I need the consistency, honestly. Even if it's not as accurate. Accuracy doesn't mean that much with this project, let's be honest here. People don't care about the accuracy of this project. It's just the project itself. It doesn't matter that much, to be honest. 1 block difference I don't think is gonna make really anything. I even calculated the wall, like since I didn't mine the wall, it makes almost no difference, by the way, in the block count. Just 1 block wide, like difference, makes like surprisingly. It's like only 100 or 2,000, 100 to 200,000 blocks total, which is nothing compared to what, 45 million or something like that. It would make no difference if I mined the wall. Like, it doesn't, like, accuracy on this project doesn't matter. It's not like, it really doesn't matter on this project. I mean, that's like saying Kilo Crazy Man technically didn't walk to the Farlands because he used a boat. That's literally the same thing. That's basically saying the same thing. Me saying that I mined the entire world, but leaving the wall technically means I didn't mine the entire world. That's like, yeah, that's basically the same thing. But let's be honest here, people still accept it anyway. Because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter. It won't matter. That's pretty much what they're saying. Or what people are. That's a similar situation. It wouldn't take that long, but it would be the biggest pain in the world because the only reason why is because I mean, I could technically do it, but I'd have to just replace the wall. There's no way I can. I guess I could replace it with glass, but it still would look kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. It wouldn't really look that natural. I want to keep that natural look of this world. For the most part. Obviously, the ground makes it a little bit more unique, but I want to at least keep it somewhat natural. I mean, it just wouldn't take that long. It would just be an actual pain to deal with. Also, I kind of want something to walk on, like, across the world, so I can actually view the world from above. Because there's no way I can actually, get to the top of the world without any wall, so... Unless I made, like, this weird, like, system at the top, but... There's no point when I could just have the wall up. Oh, I think I have enough glass. I'm pretty sure I have enough glass, but it would be a really big pain, like actual big pain. I couldn't even imagine. Because remember, I have to remove the sand and replace it with glass, and all that water would be going everywhere. Holy Christ. That water would be going everywhere. It would destroy all the torches. I know Sword King did that, though. He did it on the edge of the world. He replaced and smoothed out the edge of the world. I mean, maybe. That could work, but... Is it slow enough, though? I don't know. I just don't see any point of it. There's just no reason for me to do it, to be honest. That's like if Kilo had to say like, oh yeah, let me just walk to the far lands again, except I'm going to not use boats this time because it's technically not considered walking. It really is that same, it's similar situation where you're just dealing with the semantics at that point. Which can be really annoying. This is the best people are gonna get with binding the world. They're not getting anything better than this. At least in survival. Obviously you can use like commands and stuff like that in creative and actually destroy the entire world, but in terms of survival, this is probably the best people are gonna get. Without it being too annoying, obviously. This is actually the best people are gonna get. They're gonna have to deal with it. They're gonna have to deal with it. There's not much I could really do. I mean, I could do it some, but there's no point in me doing it. Since, you know, literally the standard of this project was literally just mine the world until there's nothing but Bedrock left. And the floor is flat. That's it. That's literally the entire part of Sword King's project, and that's what I'm keeping it as. Whoa, I did not expect it to go that way. What the heck? Trying to keep it clean. This is the best you're gonna get with mining a world, at least. I mean, if you really want to be that technical, technically it's impossible to mine a world because there's air blocks, but, you know. That's going to the point where it's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. If you want to go that technical with it. I mean, honestly though, if I'm mining a world and I fill it back the walls with mining, like if I fill it back with stone, am I actually mining the world or am I replacing it? Like, that's the real question here. Like, am I just replacing it with stone? I'm just replacing the structure of the blocks with stone. You know, I couldn't even imagine how long that would take to fill the entire place with whatever stone or whatever, and then mine it again, or just mine it in general. I think it was like 160 million air blocks or something like that. It was some ridiculous number. I don't know. I just don't see any point doing it. Might as well just fill the entire world with glass. That's the case. Like, if somebody says this world isn't technically mined out, or isn't mined out, then honestly, I don't know what to tell them, to be honest with you. Ban them, yes. I think people need to stop taking these definitions so literally. I mean, if they understood the, you know, the original project, then, you know, they would actually, if they actually saw the original project and understood the original part of this project, then, the original way of doing this project, then they would probably understand, to be honest. I can't wait till people try to clickbait this channel. Or this project in general. It's gonna be great. It's pretty nice. You're putting in the grind, the amiibo grind. Oh, there's diamonds. That's actually pretty fast. Done the math. He's a fraud. We must expose his lies. And kilos as well, because he technically lied as well, if that by that logic. I can't wait to see people think this is fake. I can't wait to see how many people actually think this is fake. Also, I can't wait to see the ridiculous amount of people who think this is impossible. As well, by the way. Can't wait for that. Because they think this is Java or Bedrock. Can't wait for those two comments. Or why don't I use netherite? Even though I don't think that's actually going to matter that much, because I don't think those comments are going to be seen that much, just because it's going to be, you know, the final update video. Actually, it might be seen a couple times, but... What's up, car park? Oh, it's fine, don't worry. There's people all over the timeline of this project. People from like 30%, 40%, 50, 60, 70, even further, honestly. Oh yes, he didn't mine the entire world, he mined 99.99999% of the world. Just like saying Kilo, he didn't walk 12,550,824 blocks. He walked 95, or maybe even less than, honestly, like 80% of the blocks. He boated 20% of the blocks. We have been deceived. I mean, it's the same with Fig, the person who walked to the world border. They technically did the same thing. They didn't really walk, they even sprinted most of it. They sprinted and... They didn't even boat travel, they used this dolphin grace or whatever ability where you could swim 50 blocks per second or something like that across the water. No thanks on that one. I'm definitely not deleting 2 million blocks of Bedrock. That would take forever. I couldn't even imagine with glitches, especially. Even, I mean, you always have to do with glitches, but with glitches, that would take forever, honestly. Also, I don't know what I would do. Like, how would I travel between dimensions if I got rid of the Bedrock? That's a real question. It's like, how would I get to the nether or the end with that? I mean, I can get to the end, but the nether, maybe, but it would still be... Also, I think if I slept in my bed, I would just... Also, if I killed the Ender Dragon, I'd probably just die, I'm pretty sure. I think I'd just get deleted out of the world because of where my bed is. What's the dragon head glitch? Oh jeez. Keep rubbing on the mic. Oh, I'm not really too sure what that is. I've probably seen it before at some point. I know you can use a tree to get rid of Bedrock, but that only gets rid of one piece, but I couldn't even imagine doing that for 2 million times. Yeah, I mean, I'm insane, but I'm not that insane to get rid of the Bedrock in survival. Actually, I think there is a way to do it in survival pretty efficiently. But I just don't see any point in that because I have nowhere else to go, so I don't really see... any point in that when I have to do the nether in the end. And maybe after all 3 dimensions, I'll consider it at least. If there's an efficient method for it, obviously. I don't know if I could just casually upload a PS4 legacy world, or just a world in general. It's kind of hard to get this version. I don't know if you can transfer worlds with this, on PS4. I've heard it's locked. Like, the account, locks it. Like, the world itself is based on your account. It's not based on the PS4 itself. I mean, the best you could do is upload it to Bedrock and then... Bedrock and Java, like, and then, you know, get rid of the Bedrock in the Bedrock edition or Java edition, but I don't remember. Also, I don't exactly remember discussing this, to be honest with you. Kind of surprised. Like, I can transfer this world to Java. It wouldn't be... Actually, no, I can't. Not this world. I could do a PS3 version of the same seed, but I can't do I can only do it to Bedrock and then switch it to Java. I can't restrict to Java, never mind. Unfortunately. But I can make a realm for this version, for this world. And then transfer it to Java later, but I'm not too sure about that. Also, it's really messy, by the way, when you transfer it, because all the lava and water flows off the edges of the, like, the walls. It's really messy. I don't know how it will work when I get to the end. Not, like, literally the end, but, like, the end of the project. I don't know how messy it will be when I get to that point, because of new chunks loading, but I might be surprised if I finish it. I'll try it after, though, for sure. Oh, you could do it from your Switch? That's pretty interesting. I'll figure out how glitchy it is. I know this version can be very cursed, switching this thing to Bedrock. It's very cursed. If you don't have the right settings. I mean, I even made a video on it. It's one of the few videos that aren't about that isn't specifically about the progress of the project. Although I still have that mob video with the 25 by 25. I kept it, I was like, whatever, honestly. It's not a good video, but it's okay. It's an okay video. So I decided to keep it. If it's an okay video, I'll keep it, but it's either an okay video or it's a video that, like the update videos. Those are obviously, even if they're bad, it's fine, to be honest. Because it's a great little show of progression of the channel and the project. It's a nice little showcase of it over time. Going from Movie Maker to Adobe Premiere and Photoshop. Can you really still download the legacy version? I thought they got rid of it from the stores. But if you had it before the better version came, then you could keep it. I really wish I had leaderboards on here. Really wish I did. It'd be so nice. Pretty interesting. Unfortunately, it's not the same for PS4. So I can't just, like, you know, give people the world or whatever. Even if you could do it, I don't know if you can actually do it. Still don't know if you can transfer it from different consoles. Like, if you can transfer a PS3 world to a Xbox world, for example, I don't know if you can actually do that. Like, switching it between consoles. I mean, I know you can do, like, Bedrock can do that, but I don't know if Legacy can do that. I don't know if it has that feature. I don't know how they have it worked out. I know the PS4 version was after the Village and Pillage. Yeah, it was for the Xbox and Switch, it was right before it. It was the aquatic update. That's the selling point for the Xbox and Switch Better Together update, which was aquatic. This selling point was the B update for some reason. That's the selling point for some reason they decided to do for this for the PS4. I don't know why, but whatever, I guess. You know, I wonder if Sony actually regrets moving their version to Bedrock. I wonder if they actually regret it, because I know for a while they I doubt it, but at the same time I kind of don't at the same time. But because if you think about it, the Bedrock version kind of just flops, like, pretty hard in general. It really, I mean, yeah, it was way better than it used to be, but it really still didn't get that much. It still didn't get that far, to be honest. Like, really, it didn't. Even after these many years. But I wonder, because they were gonna wait out for the PS4, Sony was gonna wait out for the ones that stopped at aquatic were the Xbox and Switch. Sony was the only company that didn't switch over out of the three. And the I wonder if they regret switching to it because of how, you know, odd PS4 is being, the beta conditions being treated. How bad it's actually kind of being treated over time. I think that was one of the main reasons. I know the primary reason, I'm pretty sure it was because because you had to make a Microsoft account and they didn't want to share the competition with Sony. Or Sony didn't want to share the competition with Microsoft, so Because they're basically saying, oh yes, go to this other company for a Microsoft account to play our game. But wonder what made them decide no. I wonder if they regret that though, because this game is kind of just turning on its head, to be honest. It's been turning on its head since, especially since 1.817, because they keep delaying updates, and the updates themselves aren't that good overall. Bedrock still isn't that good of a platform. Java's kind of falling back a bit. Fortunately, they're making some changes to the new updates to make them tolerable. What else is there? That's like the main things. So I wonder if Sony regrets joining that fiasco, and they could have just stuck to their Minecraft, their own Minecraft version with 4J Studios. If they teamed up with 4J Studios, pretty much. I think in the long run, that's what Sony should have done. I'm not gonna lie, I'm fairly certain Sony should have done that. They would probably benefit a bit more. That is if they could do that. I don't know if they could have, but because to be honest here, it looks so glamorous when a big company buys out a smaller company like that, like Microsoft buying out Mojang. But is it really that glamorous in the long run? Especially with the past history of Microsoft. In the long run, I just don't see how that would really be worth it. I mean, it's kind of hard to see it from like a corporation standpoint, 'cause it's corporation to corporation, and they just want the money, so it's like, it's pretty understandable, to be honest. Because they're like, yeah, this could be a big thing, but, you know, I understand their viewpoint of joining. It's like, oh, this could be a big thing, because it's like multiple companies are joining in to play one of the biggest games and make cross-compatibility for one of the biggest games of the internet, if not the biggest game, honestly. I mean, it made sense, but I don't know if it was very useful in the long run. Free updates? I would say most games have free updates. Are you talking about like DLC? Because most games update on their own without any. Wait, so I'm not gonna lie though, I have played quite a few games. I can't deny that I've played quite a few games. Not a ton of games. I haven't played a ton of games over a long period of time, but I think almost every game I have played has it where it's free updates. I don't really know a single game that I have played where the update you get free updates. Unless you're talking about DLC, 'cause honestly, from what I'm seeing, you sound like you're talking about DLC. You're talking about having to buy things, which the only thing that you buy is downloaded stuff. Oh, yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, it's kind of confusing from the outside, but like I've played racing games, older racing games, even the newer ones, to be honest. They had DLC, but there was nothing you actually had to pay for technically. I played balloons, all the balloons games you had nothing to really pay for. Nothing you actually had to pay for, content-wise. You could pay for it, but that's just additional stuff. Uh, Geometry Dash was an example of free updates. What else is there? But yeah, I think I'm just extremely biased in that way. I don't play that many bigger games where no, it's just more of like the only part that's DLC technically would be um the marketplace. That's the only thing that was considered DLC. The only thing they did for Better Together is just mishmash everything together. That's all they did. I mean, it had nothing to do with. The only time it was really considered, I think the only time it's technically considered DLC was, yeah, I've listened to some music. It's usually like EDM music and stuff like that. It helps me wake up. GD's still getting, actually, well, they're technically still getting updates, even though it's taken like years just for one update, but, um, GD's gotten free updates since 2013. I think Minecraft is 2009 the first time. Um, what else is there? Any rhythm game, technically, because it's really the community driven games that are usually do this. So nothing like AAA or anything like that. I mean, it makes sense though, because Minecraft is very community run. At least it used to be. It's getting more corporate, but yeah, it's getting kind of annoying in that way. But it makes sense though, it being an indie game and stuff like that. Also, don't forget it is like one of the best-selling games, so it kind of makes sense why it's such a big, why they keep updating it over and over again. So it makes sense, to be honest. There was no reason to give it to pay for anything in this game, realistically, if you think about it. Unless, I mean, if you exclude the marketplace and stuff like that, but even before the marketplace, if you don't count for that, like there was no reason for really any DLC. Like indie games, I would think AAA games have that problem though. Oh God, wait. Hey, hey, what are you? Okay, there we go. Let's say my cat was running into my wires. I don't know. There's a lot of indie games that do it. I think AAA games are usually the that I've seen are usually the main problem. Oh yeah, the creeper plushies. I've definitely put my fair share into indie games. I think racing games are the only games that I've actually played that weren't indie, to be honest. Actually, no, Smash, never mind. Smash and... Yeah, Smash and racing games, that's it. The rest are indie. Honestly, yeah, I can definitely see that. It does seem pretty one-off-ish of the game, even though it technically isn't. Yeah, was the one that ran most of it. Kind of his artwork, in a way, or his art piece. Which I guess is kind of a good thing, because at least it doesn't just completely rely on a corporation to make the decisions. Honestly, there's a reason why. I've always thought about this, like how one person's way more powerful than a group of people. I mean, honestly, It has happened time and time again where one person has always triumphed over a whole company. Like, it usually happens. It happens over and over again. Like, Minecraft is literally like the definition of that, honestly. Minecraft, Smash, even though it technically isn't one. Geometry Dash, one of the biggest mobile games in history, or one of the best selling, I think. Any form of rhythm game, to be honest with you. Those usually do pretty well regardless, almost. Especially the mainstream ones. Beat Saber, I mean, rhythm game, but one of the biggest, best-selling VR games of all time. Also an indie game. Um, Balloons. At its time, it's probably the best-selling tower defense game. I don't know about right now. I think at one point it was, though. Or at least it's one of the most well-known. It also helps that they're very unique games, though, most of the time. They usually stick out a bit more. It's just hard to find the gems, the hidden gems. What else is there? I mean, you could even say the older games, like 2000s games, like the 2000s, like 2000 between 2000 and 2010, like that era, I guess you could say. Even the 90s, 80s and 90s, really, like those games were far more memorable because, there wasn't as much of a corporate mindset, but which is kind of proof of it because indie games, there isn't much of a corporate mindset as there is with like an actual corporation because that passion actually goes into it instead of, money going into it. It also doesn't help if you have a big corporation. They have a lot of things to do, so they have to spread everybody thin, basically, and it just becomes just a system instead of like a craft. It becomes a system instead of a craft. That's probably a good way of saying it. It's like turn and churn type of thing instead of crafting each thing individually.
What's up, Richard?
What's up, oh, hiya. Oh, here. Oh, here, I think. you, person, for subscribing. It's much appreciated. Yeah, it's really close. It's like 97%. Getting close to 97%. That's pretty cool. That it's also Sword Kings too. Oh boy, but yeah, that's pretty cool. I remember seeing this back in 2012. Actually, I don't think it was 2012. I think it was 2013 when I first saw this. I thought it was absolutely ridiculous when I first saw it. I always followed projects like this. They're always so interesting. Until I did my own. I knew this is gonna be a lot of hours, but good Lord have mercy. I didn't think this would literally eclipse everything this game has ever offered. In terms of projects. It's funny how the hours of projects have gone up. We went from 800 hours with the Farlands project
or around 1,000, I would say, with Farlands, or going to the Farlands from Kilo Crazy Man. And then we got to 1,700 hours with Fig, or Figonomics, or Figonometry, with him going to the corner Farlands. And then we got Mystical Midget with 2,500 hours of going to the limit of beta Minecraft back 32 million blocks out. Now we have another project, which is this one, which is over 3,000 at least. It could actually be honestly more, to be honest with you. I actually don't know. I think it's over. I think it's around 3,000 though. To be fair, that's also accounting for breaks. It's the same with their project too, though. Theirs obviously took longer than they took longer than the expected time, but it's pretty much impossible to get with the expected time. You can only do so much. So a person can only do so much. I mean, there's no way you're going to hit right on the number of the amount of hours it should take. So, especially a project, the more hours you put into it, or the more hours the project takes, the more breaks are gonna be, and then it just gets more and more insane. You think about it hours-wise, and then the more hours, the more breaks potentially. Like, I think this project on its own is like 2,750 hours or something like that. I'm pretty sure. It could be a little bit more, to be honest. I mean, a little bit less. It could be like 2,500 hours. But I've spent over 3K if you're accounting for breaks, broken pickaxes, doing other things like building the villagers, building the skeleton farm, stuff like that. It's at least 3,000 hours. And if you account for breaks, dang, this thing is probably close to 35. It could be almost 3,500 hours. I think it is probably the most insane project. Well, besides the Build the Earth project, we don't even know if that one's actually possible yet. At least in terms of completed project, it's gonna be the biggest, or even the craziest project. I think. I don't think there's a bigger project than this that will be completed. Actually, well, I wouldn't say ever, but it will, it'll definitely be one of the biggest ever. I don't think anything's gonna really top this for a while. Honestly, I really don't think it will. Not saying nothing will top this. The Build the Earth project, if it gets completed, it will definitely top this. At least from a community standpoint. I don't know about like a solo standpoint, but from a community standpoint, it definitely will top it, but it will definitely be one of the biggest projects in any regard possible. Only thing I can think about in terms of like single person are those hardcore worlds, but that's it really, to be honest, in terms of effort. But that's also an entire world, that's not one goal, so I mean, it's a little different. That's not really like, that's just a bunch of goals stringed along into a world, but that's a little bit different. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually, okay, there's two things I'm genuinely surprised by from the start of this project to the very end of this project. First thing is, I didn't really think about actually a few things. I'm not even gonna say one or two. I want to just ramble off on some things. few things I've noticed. One thing is, I didn't actually think about the fact this will be the first and maybe the last time somebody even mines an entire world. That's one thing I just realized. And I could technically, I think, get a Guinness World Record with this project, I think. Technically. It's a very sketchy record, but it's technically doable. It is technically possible. Second thing is, I didn't realize how many projects there were going to be during the duration of this project. There have been like 5 different projects, and they've all gotten bigger and bigger projects. Technically 4, but I mean one of them is still. So there was an 800-hour project, or roughly 1,000, a 1,300-hour project, a 1,700-hour project, now a 2,500-hour project. So the projects are just getting more and more insane. And it's funny how the projects are gotten to the point, and then there's this project that is just about to finish right after a 2,500-hour project. But these have started all before it, since I started this 4.5 years ago. What else is there? Probably a few other things that I'm missing. Oh, a big thing. I didn't know how much attention this thing was gonna get. This thing has gotten a lot. For some reason. I wouldn't say for some reason, but I'm just genuinely shocked at how much attention this thing has gotten before it even finished. Actually, not even close before it finished. To be honest with you. Like, I'm genuinely shocked. But to be honest with you, like, in my honest opinion, the only project that actually can compare to this is the Build the Earth project. And that's kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Considering this is literally a solo project, or at least pseudo-solo. It's technically not, but it kind of is. 99.9999% solo. The fact that this thing has to be even compared to Build the Earth and Psycraft is kind of ridiculous when you think about it. It being by hand makes it more insane. Actually, it wouldn't even be the same project if it wasn't by hand, to be honest with you. That's what makes it, actually I didn't even realize this until people started mentioning it. I don't think perimeter building was even really that popular whenever I started this project, though. I think it only barely got into a surgence, it only surged up after the project started. I don't know, it's pretty honorable, though, that the project is, the problem is also I'm gonna get a little bit of flack for it as well, because they'll be like, oh yeah, you wasted so much time because you did it by hand. But the thing is, that's what makes this project, the project itself. That's what makes this project. I mean, there's a reason I kept it like this, is because I wanted to keep it, how it used to be. Like you said earlier, the dream of the project. Like, this is kind of, what it's supposed to be. I'm basically just fulfilling the vision of this project back in 2012. That's all I'm really doing. And the vision was by hand. Really. I don't think anybody, at least at the time, didn't really think about this project doing it by machine. And nobody's done it by machine either, so it's like, that's the more interesting part about it. Nobody's even mined a world by machine in survival. Actually, nobody's mined a world at all, but I mean, even with it not even taking that long to do it by machine, it still hasn't been done yet, which is kind of interesting to think about. It's like, I mean, if it's that easy to mine a world like that, if you want to mine a world with machines, then, I mean, they could do it. It just wouldn't be the same project. I don't think this project would have the popularity it would if it wasn't by hand, to be honest with you. I don't think it would, at least. Because it'd be just like every other mining project. Using TNT. But it's not the same. It's like the same, but not the same at the same time. It's kind of weird. I mean, there's a reason it's taken this long. Actually, well, to be fair, people have put in a lot of hours. It almost makes me question how many hours I've actually put into this. Like, it really does make me question. After people spending thousands of hours within a year, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've spent way less time than those people on average, to be honest here. They grinded like no other person. They grinded to an insane degree, like absolutely insane degree. My average is way lower than theirs, but even then, even if you count the average being lower, it still kind of makes me question how many hours I've actually put into this. I mean, for all I know, it could be over 4K, to be honest with you. It could actually be over 4K. I wouldn't actually be surprised if it was over 4K. Like, I remember back in, I think it was last year, in July, like pretty much almost exactly a year from now, somebody checked my PS5 hours, like somebody checked my account on PS5, and they said my PS4 Minecraft hours, well, to be fair, a ton of this is AFK, but still, even then, it was almost 9,000 hours. That was last year. That was before 75%. So, yeah, I don't want to know, honestly. I mean, I know a ton of that is AFK, don't get me wrong. Like, I've left on my PS4 for several, I don't want to know how many nights. But even then, some of that had to be a good amount of mining. Like, 9,000 hours, that's nothing really to, even with a ton of AFK, that's still nothing to really scoff at, to be honest. It was not like I was intentionally going AFK for like thousands of hours. I'm probably over 10K now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably over 10K into this game. At this point. So it really did first kind of start appearing in 2017. That means that little god, that means technically I started this with, that means technically when this project started, actually no. No, it started after, because it was the end of 2017 when I started technically. Oh, sort of. I guess it depends on what you mean by the beginning of my project, because I think the beginning of my channel is technically the beginning of the project, but honestly, if you consider, like, the resource gathering and stuff like that, it's technically almost been a year. Or 5 years, technically. It's 4.5 if you start, like, the actual part of the project, like, the actual, like, commitment to the project, like, the start of it, and then the, yeah, the start of the project is, like, either December when I started the channel, or it's, like, August of that year. It's either one of those dates, really. So I made an average. I basically averaged it to winter, just to like be certain about the time. I mean, I know there was a group of people that did 100 million blocks with pickaxes. They used 100 million block uses, or 100 million pickaxe uses. But do mind you, this was an entire server of people that could work on the project, I think, almost 24/7. So that's a little bit different. I mean, one person only had like 22 million, if I said that. I mean, I won't say only, but you know what I mean. 22 million blocks by themselves, so it was pretty spread out between quite a few people. And after this project, I'm over 40 million blocks of stone and stone, 35 million blocks of pickaxes, and like 20, and like 5 million, or 6 million, I think 6 million shovel uses. 6 million shovel uses, and like 40, like, no, 35 million pickaxe uses, and 5 million blocks of water, but we're not talking about that one. This project is easily doable, or easily beatable, like the time-wise, but you better really hope you have a project set in mind. I'm not saying it's not possible to mine more than this, like by hand, but that's pretty nice. Seems like a pretty annoying amiibo, I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine giving it a third jump? Oh Jesus. Couldn't even imagine what a Yoshi amiibo would be like with the third jump. I mean, it's very doable to um, beat this, like the amount of blocks, like beat the amount of mine blocks that I have, but you really better hope you have a project set up for it, because good luck just straight up mining over 40 million blocks on its own. I mean, it doesn't help that there's also deep slate now either. It's definitely doable. I've seen people put in a ton of effort into these, more effort into a project. I wouldn't say more effort, but like in a given time, their speed was definitely way higher in terms of average speed that of the project. But you know, it their just average was just way faster. So I mean, it's just good luck though. After I finish, it's the nether. The nether in the end, which by the way is another 8 million blocks or something like that. 7 million, I think. So yeah, after this I'm basically mining over, if you count the water, it's over 50 million blocks. If you don't count the water, it's like 45, 46, maybe even a little bit, maybe upwards to 47, 48 million blocks of mining. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. And about a million blocks, like 6 million blocks of netherrack. I think it's just netherrack is 6 million. Um, After that, it's the end, which is another about 1,000,000 blocks. Which the nether is probably gonna, the nether and the end combined is probably gonna be like 500, 600 hours or something like that, so. 4,000 hour project, anyone? Maybe? 3,500, 3,500, 35 to 38 or something like that. 3,500, between 3,500 and 4,000. Oh, that straight up went over it. Kinda wasn't expecting that. I cannot aim with the joystick, I swear to god, dude. Or sometimes I can. Sometimes I can aim well, sometimes I'm garbage at it. I could be so wrong on these hours. I really just don't know how many hours I've spent into this. I'll probably have to just take the average of, like, I'll probably have to multiply, so take all the streaming time for the overworld, or for the second half of the world, multiply it by 2, and then that's like the overworld, and then I have to, like, you know, something like that. Multiply the second half of the world by 2, because I streamed almost all of the second half of the world, almost. I think it's 3,000 hours. I calculated my average speed, which is like 4.2 meters per second, which is 2,900 hours. That's not accounting for ore mining or torch placing or anything like that, so I think it's pretty close to 3K. And if you account for the nether in the end, it's like another 500-600 hour project, so yeah, that's great. It's a nice 3,600 hours for the project.
What's up, Duncan? Dang, I didn't realize I just barely finished that section with the pickaxes I had. What the heck? That was like perfect. What the heck, man? I didn't even notice that for some reason. I didn't even really think about it after I finished that section. I'll probably do one more layer and I'll be good for today. Be it layer 11. Or 11 layers to go, because it stops at layer 4, but... Which I am finishing this a little bit faster than I thought I would, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't deny the speed that I'm going is a little bit faster than anticipated. For this section, specifically. Because I can usually gauge the speed that I'm going for the section.
Well, thank you, Hateface, for the $2 donation. It's much appreciated. Just noticed it. Pretty close. I have like 3% left. I have this major section left, and I have this like tiny section on the edge. I don't really have any plans for the last block. I mean, I could keep it, like I could name the last block. I could do that. Somebody suggested it. Just name it Bedrock Massacre or something like that. Keep it simple. Maybe. I'm not too sure about that though. That was just more of a suggestion. I may not really do anything, to be honest. I will make a celebration stream though, like a Q&A and Patreon stream. I could even hop on Hypixel as well after the stream, or after the project for the celebration. I still have to make the final video as well. And I have to mine all the ore as well, so there's still quite a few things to do. And then I'll move on to the nether in the end. And then I'll make videos for each of those, or I'll stream each of those and then make a final video. I'll make a video on Nether Massacre, like a final video for that, and then I'll make a final video for all 3 dimensions, which will be Dimensional Massacre. Something like that, at least. Nice. Thank you as well. It's a pretty nice Discord. It's kind of self-sustain itself. It's a self-sustainable entity at this point. I also have a membership if you wanted to join that, by the way. I finally made one after, how many years has it been? It's pretty nice. I don't know how many people actually know about it, but It's it gives you a name on the edge of the world, like a sign, and then it gives you a few emotes, and then that's basically it. I'll add more later, but for now, it's kind of what it is at the moment.
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't have. Also, what hours are you looking at? Don't you love when your game just, don't you love when your electricity goes out randomly? I love that. It literally went off, but somehow my PC stayed on. I don't know how. Like, everything went off except for my PC. Yeah, like I'm literally restarting my PS4 right now. What the heck? I don't know how that's even possible, but sure, I guess. I hope I didn't lose too much progress. I'm gonna be really mad if I lose. Ton of progress. Really? Oh, okay, good. I was just say, I thought it went to... I don't even own that game either. That was actually my friend's game. I swear to God, game, you better not do anything. I will actually... I can't see on PS4, unfortunately. What's up, car park? Unfortunately, I can't see it. The best I can do is look on, okay, good thing it's here. Thank God the button's still here. But, the best thing you can do is ask on Discord. Ask on Discord if anybody has a PS5, and, you can figure that out. I better not have lost that much progress, I swear to God. It better not have been much. I don't actually know when I last saved, which is the stupid part, but... It better not have been much. What's lagging? Oh my God. Game? My game is having a little hissy fit. Okay, good. How many hours did I lose? I don't think I lost much. I'm pretty sure I just saved it. Wait, how much did I lose? I don't think I lost much, fortunately. I think I just saved it. What's up, little pizza boy? Yeah, we could do that. That actually would incentivize people to make donations. I already do it for Patreon, so. Okay, yeah, I just saved it, thank God. I thought I lost so much progress, but no, I just saved it. Yeah, we could do that. I already do it for Patreon, so. It has to be a pretty small roll, though. Don't do too much. Um, it's a pretty... Don't make it too insane. You could also do it based on the amount, but that's kind of hard to calculate, so... Honestly, I think the best thing you can do is just pick, like, an amount, or, like, pick anything, and just make it a simple roll. It doesn't have to be anything super special because that means a donation. I mean, donations are great, but it's not like the Legacy or the other Patreon. It's not like the Patreon memberships. You can also make a membership role too, um, as well, because I just made memberships. Call it Minty Membership. Because I just made the membership. I don't know, it just reminded me of it. Okay. Oh, thank God, that was terrifying though. Yeah, it should be similar to it. Fairly similar to it. Maybe some slight perks, but that's all kind of on your own what you want, but maybe slightly better. I think a membership role should be slightly higher. Actually, no, make it the same. The only difference is the membership actually gives the perks of YouTube. So yeah, just make it the same role basically. They're just two different roles, or similar to it.
I don't know, like $5 maybe. $5 US. I don't know how to translate that though. That's kind of the issue. I thought about making it really cheap, so like no matter what donation you make, um, you basically get the roll, but at the same time also I don't want to have, I mean, I don't know, honestly. Because any donation's still a donation, so I think $1 would actually be okay. Because, I mean, I don't think it matters too much the amount of people, because I don't think it matters if that roll gets flooded, does it? I don't think so. Unless that's too much, or that's too little for too many people. Like, can you imagine the donation trains when I finish? Or right before I finish, the donation trains are going to be ridiculous, I would think. I'd imagine the donation trains are going to be ridiculous before I finish. Like, absolutely absurd. But, I don't know, honestly. $1 I think would be okay, but I'm not too sure. How do you even regulate that anyway, by the way? How do you know who donated and who doesn't? How would you know? Ooh, alright, we'll do that. That's still gonna be really hard to regulate, but you could still do it. I'd say really hard to regulate, but we'll just do $1 and see. I thought about doing that actually. We could make a tier list of like people, so like $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, 100, whatever, stuff like that.
So somebody donated that amount, they'd have to show proof. Could do something like that. I know. I mean, don't forget, I still have the nether to do. I still have other projects to do, so it's not like it's, not like I'm ending the entire channel after the overworld. I'm ending the channel after the nether in the end. Unless, the only exception is if I find an interest in the game, and it's actually worth continuing the channel. If there's actually any interest left in this game for me, to be honest. Yeah, that should work. I'm just super curious who's gonna show up for the end. I'm really curious. Since this thing blew up way back, like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, almost. Since it blew up that long ago, I'm really curious at who's actually gonna come back, who's gonna be crawling back from this channel, or to this channel. Yeah, wait, what do you mean? Recent donations? You mean like as a member? I mean, you could be a member. Actually, I don't think the amount really matters for donations. We could make a not tier list, but like a tier-based donation system for for uh for Discord. Oh, okay, so it updates. For some reason it doesn't update. Wait, does it get to? I think it takes a while to update. I think highest donations is also a thing as well. Can't even see it.
I just kept it like this. So weird. Oh, I know why. It's because it's not a donation. It's a super chat. That's why. It's not a technical. It's not an actual donation. It's a super chat. It's not from Streamlabs. It's from YouTube. That's why. I mean, I could make a super chat goal. I can make a member and a member. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's see what this looks like. Where you at? Hello? What the heck? I'm making a super chat. And after, I don't know, like, let's go with 9. I didn't know there were goals. In this. Alright, let's just do this. If it'll actually show up, that'd be great. Or not, apparently. It just isn't working for some reason. What? I have no idea what's happening. I'll just remove it right now. I'm not gonna deal with it right now. I'm just gonna finish this layer and then finish the stream. Oh my god, that lag spike? What the heck is happening? That's a pretty good idea.
Pretty long stream. I'm almost done though, after this layer. I'll be done.